welcome to Fox Football Friday. We are here from Eagle Stadium in Argyle, where they are hosting the Wiley Bulldogs. Fox Football Friday, powered by, of course, Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power, alongside Travis Stewart, back for another year of high school football. We've got you covered all night long, 4 hours of coverage from here, another couple of hours back in the studio. If you want high school football in the state of Texas, this is the place to be.
Absolutely, and you couldn't have picked a better place than Argyle, Jeff. This was a team last year that obviously was in a state final against Wimberley, came up a bit short. We're going to talk about that in just a second. But what they bring back still has so much talent. I really still think they're a title contender, and if they're not, Appling Wiley's not that far away either. Both of them are very talented.
Yeah, of course, Todd Rogers, the head coach of Argyle, and Hugh Sandifer, the head coach, of course, at Wiley. And both these coaches, historic, have spent a lot of time at their own schools right here. Of course, Rogers 10 years here at Argyle, and Sandifer 34 years over at Wiley. It's amazing, isn't it?
Hugh Sandifer has really put together a ridiculous run, not only at his school, but of success at his school. We're going to talk more about Hugh Sandifer later in the show, but when you're talking about veteran presences in the coaching ranks, Hugh Sandifer is right up there at the top.
Yeah, we've got a feature coming up on him just a little bit later. But, you know, Argyle was in the state championship game last year. This is a team that battled Wimberley right to the very end. Great highlights up there at, of course, Cowboys Stadium in Arlington. You see Austin Awney right there. Did you know he was drafted by the New York Yankees? But in this particular game, he had flu-like symptoms in the game. And it was really a defensive battle for the most part. He did have 239 yards passing. But when it came right down to it, probably the biggest play of the game was an interception by Brennan Blakemore of Wimberley, but it was a 21-14 victory for the Texans. Wimberley making their second state championship in since 2005. But what a performance! There's the interception I was talking about by Brennan Blakemore. That was a fantastic play, one of the best plays we saw all year last season.
I mean, I'll add more hyperbole to that. That should be one of the best plays in title game history, and really it showed you just how close that game was because you couldn't really see it from the highlight. But if that ball's not picked off, that's caught, that's a touchdown, and Argyle's raising a banner here tonight as well. So it was that close to being a title game victory, and that's what gives them a lot of the motivation for comeback this year.
Now, of course, that was the 3A Division II title game that Wimberley won over Argyle. And Argyle, Coach Todd Rogers saying that they are still thinking about it today. Well, let's now join our third member of the broadcast crew, Angela Heyman. She is on the sidelines here. Angela, what will you have? And thanks for being with us.
Hey, Jeff. I am so excited. The fans are out in full force tonight. I'm here in the sponsor tent area. This is where I'm going to spend my first 30 minutes of the show interviewing sponsors and special guests. Then I'm going to head down to the field after that. I'll have interviews with players and coaches. And, of course, we're going to bring you highlights of scoring plays just moments after they happen during the game. And if you're at a game where a big play happens and you want to tell us about it, be sure to tweet me at Ange Heyman. Use the hashtag Football Friday. It's going to be a great season, guys. Back to you.
All right, Angela, glad to have you aboard here with us this year. And, of course, Angela is the daughter of Marty Akins, in case you know the name there. Marty, the former quarterback.
Royalty on the set. I can't claim that.
Drew Brees is her cousin. Can you go wrong right there?
No, that's ridiculous. She was speaking about social media, which we should plug real quick. Remember, we want this show to be interactive. We want to reach out to everyone here around the state of Texas. The best place to go is, as she said, at Ange Heyman. Also, check us at DCTF. You can send messages, photos, whatever you want from the game you're at right here to our desk. We'll try and turn that around, get that on the air for you. Facebook.com/Dave Campbell's. The social media outlets never end. We want this to tie into everyone.
You know, there's big games all over the state, but perhaps the biggest is right up here in the Metroplex. Of course, I'm talking about South Lake and Allen. Of course, Allen with a brand new stadium, seats 18,000.
I have heard.
What, $60 million for the stadium? Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fantastic game as well. Overshadowed a bit by the stadium, but the talent on the field is going to be pretty transcendent as well. But there's a pretty good game down in South Texas too, Jeff.
That's right. Lake Travis at Converse Judson. Of course, Lake Travis winners of 5 consecutive state championships, looking for number 6 this year.
That's ridiculous. 5 straight state title. I can't wrap my head around it, but we'll talk more about this game tonight, but I'm going to be very interested in the winner of that one.
Yeah, now Cibolo Steel and San Antonio Madison. This is where we started last year. This is a great rivalry.
It was. Flashback. And I tell you what, if you like running backs and you like the ground game, this is going to be the one for you. You got 3 legitimate D1 running backs in this game.
How about Lufkin at John Tyler? East Texas football for you, and that's a great matchup. And also down in the Houston area, Katy and Klein. That game being played at Reliant Stadium. How about getting started in a professional stadium like that?
And you know what? Katy's got good history there. We'll talk about that later tonight as well. But these are 2 smash-mouth, powerful, defense and run-minded undefeated teams, that game is not for the faint of heart. So I'm not going to wander out there in pads, but I can't wait to get the highlights coming in through that one.
Hey, there's even a battle of the ranch down there, Cinco Ranch and Cy Ranch. Yeah, they're battling over at Dynamo Stadium. That's the new facility down there in the greater Houston area. Hey, we're just getting started right here. We'll be back with much more Fox Football Friday, rolling along from right here in Argyle, Texas. Thanks for being with us, folks. We got a lot to get to. Stick around.
Football Friday Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. Buy your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
An unusual number?
Yeah, let me get it. Hold on.
A little bit about why State Farm is so involved in high school athletics.
You got it?
How do you pronounce it again?
Boysick. Brian Boysick.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. We're here at Argyle Eagles Stadium, where the visitor, Abilene Wiley, in town. The Bulldogs with that nice little 2.5-hour drive over from a little further west in the purple and gold, taking on a great Argyle team here, and what a matchup.
Yeah, listen to the Argyle cheerleaders. How fired up they are.
They were waiting for me to say matchup.
We're fired up too. Yeah, they're waiting for Argyle. This is going to be a lot of fun, but there is a lot of games around the state tonight, Jeff, that we should mention because they're varsity teams' first ever varsity competition. Obviously, this was a realignment year, so whenever you have new schools, they get added in those years. I think we should take a round and just give a nice tip of the cap to all of our new schools starting tonight. What do you think?
Hey, I tell you what, El Paso Eastlake is one school that comes to mind, taking on El Paso Cathedral in Eastlake, just getting things started over there. Of course, Cedar Ridge at Kyle Lehman, Cedar Ridge down there in the Round Rock area. Carrollton Creekview at Chisholm Trail.
That's right, Chisholm Trail, a Fort Worth ISD school, I believe, and the coach there was an assistant at Highland Park, Randall Hugg. We've also got Cedar Creek, which is a Bastrop area school at Austin Travis. They're probably going to look to go to the ground game early on in this one. Georgetown Eastview also in the Austin area. Got a lot of Central Texas teams here that are new. They're taking on Austin Lanier, and the coach at Eastview was Robert Davies, who used to be at South Grand Prairie.
And, of course, George Ranch over at Houston Austin tonight. George Ranch with a new football team. And Ennis at Burleson Centennial. And, of course, PSJA at Edinburgh Vela. So some new schools getting things started across the state of Texas. Congratulations to you, and good luck to those teams tonight.
And a special congratulations to PSJA Southwest. They played their first last night and won. Talking about 1 for 1, first game to win. I love it.
That's a good way to get things started, no doubt. Hey, well, this game's going to be kicking off here in about 20 minutes. Let's check back in with Angela, who's with the State Farm representative. Angela?
Hey guys, I'm at the State Farm desk right now. I'm here with State Farm agent Jim Bridges from Argyle, Texas. Jim is here to tell us about State Farm's involvement with high school athletics. Jim, why is State Farm so involved with high school athletics?
Well, you know, commitment to our youth and things like that's a top priority. Being a part of our community where we live is more than just a good neighbor slogan. This is what we do.
Sure, and you mentioned community, and I know a lot of people are affected by higher prices in gas, groceries, things like that. Do you think people could save money by switching to State Farm Insurance?
I definitely think they could save money switching the #1 insurance company in Texas. We have a lot of great discounts right now. One of the good big discounts we have is for our Steer Clear program. It's a driver's education thing for the kids. We try to make them safer drivers, and you get a really nice discount on the prices if you have youthful drivers. So right now we're really saving families with younger drivers a lot of money.
That's great. And if somebody wanted to switch to State Farm Insurance in this area, how could they get a hold of you?
Well, you can give me a call. Our office number is 940-241-2060, or visit us online at www.jimbridgesinsurance.com.
Excellent. Jim, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right, Angela, do appreciate that right there. Of course, State Farm with us again this season.
Yeah, and exactly as she said earlier, remember, social media is going to be important to us. I'm going to harp on it again. This is my iPad. I'm going to be following everything you send to me on this iPad. It's at DCTF. Use the hashtag FootballFriday. I promise you we will track what you're sending in. Let's make this a community show. It just doesn't want to be us two here the whole time. It'll get boring.
Send pictures, send highlights. Let's have some fun with it, right?
That would be fantastic.
No question about it. Hey, this game just a few minutes away from kicking off, but let's go ahead and go from the State Farm desk over to the Academy Sports desk in the studios in Irving. And let's check in back home and see what's going on back in Irving, guys.
Hey, guys, all the talk, of course, in the DFW is the brand-new spanking Allen Stadium opening up tonight. It's just $60 million, right, and has a golf practice facility inside it. 22,000 are expected for Allen against the defending state champion South Lake Carroll Dragons. What better way to open up in style than against the Dragons? Kenny Hill and company, the son of the former Texas Ranger, who's going to A&M. Allen has a new quarterback in Oliver, who's a really good-looking kid who is an 8-time wrestling All-American. But all the talk is about this stadium. It's got a weight room that is 11,256 feet. They got a scoreboard in this place that is $1.2 million. Pretty amazing place, and this is going to be our featured big game of the week. You'll see that on Scoreboard Live coming up at midnight. In the last decade, Allen is 0-5 against South Lake Carroll, all in the playoffs. And here's something to chew on a little bit. The first Allen Stadium opened up in 1976. It had one concession stand and just one set of bathrooms. It's a long line to wait on. The town had 8,000 residents then, now nearly 90,000. It's the only school there, second largest school in the state, and the band has 850 members. That band is bigger than some Class 3A schools. Pretty amazing stuff. We'll be all over that game in the big game of the week coming up on Scoreboard Live. Let's take a break. When we come back, it's back out to Argyle. Kickoff right around the corner.
Can you hear me? This is Angela Heyman at the State Farm desk. Testing, testing. We're here at Argyle Eagle Stadium.
I talk to you or talk to that?
You talk to me. Dr. Cousins, they want you to test your mic out.
Test, test, 1, 2. Mark Cousins.
Hold it up higher, please. Thank you.
Test, test, 1, 2.
Keep talking. Keep talking. You just say a sentence like, hi, my name is Dr.
Hi, my name's Dr. Mark Cousins, Athletic Director at UIL. I'm just going to talk for a minute to make sure you guys can hear me.
They're good. Thanks.
Let Jim Barton know that Skyper Greg Tepper has been relegated to a phoner. The wireless is down at the new Allen Stadium.
All that bragging about
$60 million. Can't buy a wireless router, huh?
You know what? Did you say you head into the water? I'll take you up on it if there's one around.
There's him right there. He's got him.
Can I get a water? All right, so I'm gonna start off right off the top and do the forward billboard. Thanks, man.
But state championships as well.
Absolutely, Lonnie. It always always competes for state championships, but this year it's a team that's built.
Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. Buy your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
All righty, welcome back. Argyle, of course, getting ready to do battle here with Abilene Wiley. And hey, be sure to join us each and every Saturday morning at 8:30 right here for Fox Sports Southwest as we highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. You can also watch our show online at playeroftheweek.com, powered by your Texas Ford dealers.
Now, I have not been empowered with an official pick, but if I did have one, a pregame selection, I'm looking for Argyle's Ian Sadler, this talented wide receiver, still just a junior, but last year ridiculous numbers as a sophomore. He had 54 catches, 1,124 yards, and 12 touchdowns receiving, and Jeff named a top 10 junior wide receiver in all of Texas by My Magazine, Dave Campbell's Texas Football in the offseason. The kid is electric. He's got explosive talent. No doubt he'll be heard from tonight at some point.
And on top of that, he's got cool-looking hair. Check it out.
He does have cool-looking hair.
Hey, the 2011 state champions were crowned, of course, this past year. Almost all those games over at Cowboy Stadium in Arlington. Here's a recap in case you missed what happened in that December month.
The South Lake Carroll Dragons defeated Fort Bend Hightower 36-29 in the Class 5A Division I state title game. The Dragons were led by quarterback Kenny Hill, who racked up 345 yards and 4 touchdowns and rallied Carroll from a 23-14 deficit. South Lake Carroll joined Salina as the only schools in Texas with 8 state championships. In the Division II title game of Class 5A, Spring Decaney running back Trey Williams rushed for 196 yards and scored 3 touchdowns in a 34-14 win over Cibolo Steel. The Wildcat defense intercepted Knights quarterback Tommy Armstrong twice, the only 2 picks the Steel QB had thrown all season. Jared Irving won defensive MVP honors with an interception as well, Decaney winning their first state title since beginning varsity play in 2008. The Class 4A Division I champion was Lake Travis for an unprecedented 5th consecutive year. Cavs quarterback Baker Mayfield was 24 of 39 for 276 yards and a beautiful TD pass to Griffin Gilbert. The Lake Travis defense held Hewitt Midway to just 177 total yards in a 22-7 victory. The Cavs moving up to Class 5A this season, seeking a 6th straight crown. The Class 4A Division II championship went to Aledo for the 3rd straight year. The Bearcats were led by quarterback Matthew Bishop, who tossed 3 touchdown passes and ran for 2 more as Aledo darted past Manville 49-28. Bearcat running back Jonathan Gray rushed for 241 yards and scored a 4th quarter touchdown, which broke the all-time national high school record for career TDs with 205. The Class 3A Division I championship went to Tyler Chapel Hill, who defeated Alvarado 20-19. The Bulldogs jumped out to a 13-0 lead and then held on for dear life to win the school's 2nd state title in school history as the Indians failed to convert a 2-point conversion for the win. Wimberley notched the Division II championship of Class 3A, earning the Hill Country School's 2nd state title in football since 2005. Wimberley's 21-14 victory over Argyle was highlighted by a spectacular one-handed interception by Texan defensive back Brennan Blakemore that sealed a 21-14 victory for Wimberley. Melissa scored 3 third-quarter touchdowns to break a 7-all battle with Hempstead for a 28-15 victory in the Class 2A Division I state championship game. Cardinals running back Christoph George was named the game's offensive MVP and rushed for 132 yards and 2 touchdowns. Refugio was your Class 2A Division II state champion after a 36-35 nail-biter against Cisco. The Bobcats were led by sophomore quarterback Travis Quintanilla, who completed 20 of 25 passes for 372 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Lobos lost for the 4th time in the state title game in the last 10 seasons. In Class 1A Division I, Mason and Stanford combined for 102 points as the Punchers outscored the Bulldogs 62-40 for Mason's first state title in football. In Class 1A Division II, Tenaha used the arm and legs of quarterback Reginald Davis, who rushed for 242 yards and 2 touchdowns, while passing for 234 yards and 3 more TDs through the air. He also had an 80-yard punt return for a touchdown as well, as Tenaha defeated Monday to claim their 2nd state title in school history and 1st since 1998.
And congratulations to all those champions last year in 2011. More on 6-Man, by the way, coming up here in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and toss it over to Angela Heyman right now, who is with UIL Athletic Director Dr. Mark Cousins.
Thanks, Jeff. We're back at the State Farm desk, and I am joined, like you said, by UIL Athletic Director Dr. Mark Cousins. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here.
Absolutely. So first of all, what was it like to have all those state championship games last year in Cowboy Stadium? That must have been amazing for the UIL.
It was amazing. What we found more than anything is having the opportunity for all the fans, all the coaches, everybody that loves high school football to come and see all the state championship games at one site. For the first time in the 100 and some odd year history of UIL, it was a great weekend, 2 weekends of football. Exciting time, really worked out financially well for the schools involved, and I think everybody that had an opportunity to be there with those championship games understood what a great spectacle we had of those state championships.
And I wanted to ask you, safety has been a big issue this year so far. What is the UIL doing in regards to safety?
One of the great things about what we have is we've had a medical advisory committee that's formed back in 2001 that really advises our superintendents on health and safety issues, everything from the concussion management protocol we put in place back in 2005, the practice limitations that we started back in 2006 and then just revisited that actually went into effect for this season and just started right now. So that's a great thing about what we have, dealing with those doctors, the athletic trainers, and the coaches associations that are represented on that medical committee. All the recommendations that they've made have been unanimously adopted by our superintendents, which is a great deal for our kids and the health and safety of those players.
That's excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight, Dr. Cousins. I hope you have an excellent season this year.
We are looking forward to it. Should be a great game here tonight.
Back to you guys.
Alrighty, thanks a lot, Angela, and thank you, Dr. Mark Cousins. We appreciate that as well. The UIL Athletic Director joining us, talking about safety and much more. They do a fine job over there. Hey, Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, rolls on. We're right here in Argyle. Of course, Abilene Wiley in town. Action coming up for you. Don't forget, we've got the Blitz and much more throughout the night. 6 hours of high school football. We'll be right back.
Just barely. I can barely hear you at all. Okay, keep going. Yep, that'll do. That'll do. Okay, what were you saying? Okay, so no rankings, right? I have keys to the game, then straight to rankings, but we can drop that.
The interview is a minute and a half with Todd Rogers. It's a minute and a half. Okay. Okay.
So are we doing keys to the game and then just generic fill?
Football Friday Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. Buy your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, homestyle, or grilled. Try one today.
Travis Stewart and Jeff Power here in Argyle for the Abilene-Wiley-Argyle game on Fox Football Friday. We've taken you throughout the entire state, but let's focus on this game for just a second, Jeff, for the Wendy's keys to the game. First up, the elusive Ian Sadler. We've already talked about him once, an explosive junior wide receiver. Argyle knows how to use him. Can Abilene-Wiley stop him? That takes us to number 2, Hugh Sandifer, the coach at Abilene-Wiley with that fantastic mustache, a staple of the coaching image, and he is as crafty as they come. Wiley is a perfect name for a school that he coaches at. He can handle Ian Sadler. Allgaier's quarterback play is going to be big. Angela's going to talk about that in just a second. And then surviving the unknown, Jeff, it's week 0. Who knows what can happen? There's going to be new stars all over the field all night long.
It's going to be some good stuff. All right, let's check back in with Angela and get her thoughts on the game. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, as Travis mentioned, the quarterback matchup is going to be a big one. They're both junior quarterbacks, their first time playing on varsity. I spoke to Coach Todd Rogers earlier, and he says he has all the confidence in the world in Brandon Boyzik. We're going to see how both of them do tonight. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Angela. Appreciate that. Great looking matchup.
I'm excited. I've been waiting for this all season long for this week 0 game. Here we are.
So Abilene-Wiley under Hugh Sandifer in his 34th season, 7-5, 3-1 in district play last year, and of course the Argyle Eagles coming in 14-2, 5-0 last season.
And if you're looking for styles of offense, Abilene-Wiley is very balanced. They're going to run the ball with Garrett Martin. They're going to get some good quarterback play. They do everything well. They don't do anything poorly. They don't beat themselves. Argyle is more explosive. They like to spread the field, get a bunch of guys out in space, use their speed and elusiveness. Slightly different in styles, but both of them are so effective, which is why these teams have been some of the best 3A teams in the state all year. And one last note on Abilene-Wiley, Jeff. There's no 3A in the state maybe that has as great numbers to their program as Wiley, and that's not something people talk about a lot. But Wiley's program is so deep. They have a big roster, lots of kids, which a lot of 3A teams can't match. Yeah. So when you get to third and fourth quarter, they're rolling out second and third string guys that are fresh and healthy. Can Argyle keep up with that? That's the question.
That's true. Yeah, we're going to hear from Hugh Sandifer a little bit later, of course, in the Texas High School Coaches Hall of Fame now, and much more throughout the night. We've got a lot to get to. We've got the game, of course. In case you haven't seen our format before, we can't show you the highlights live as they happen, but right after they happen, we're going to bring you the highlights. It's a lot of fun,
That's right? And like I said, social media, I'm pointing right at you. You on the screen at DCTF tonight.
All right, we'll be right back. welcome to Fox Football Friday, the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here in Argyle at Eagle Stadium, where the Wiley Bulldogs are in town. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you here from right on the field. Angela Heyman down on the sidelines. We've got you covered the next 3.5 hours right here with the Blitz. We'll bring you the highlights kind of as they happen, after they are, of course, live. And then, of course, all night long, we're going to check in. We're going to have Skype. We're going to have reporters checking in, highlights from all over the state of Texas. This is kind of like our way of saying, hey, let's celebrate football together, shall we?
Exactly. I mean, if you're a football fan of the high school ranks in Texas, this is really the moment you've been waiting for all summer. This kind of show is going to give you the information you really can't get anywhere else, especially as it's happening tonight. This is going to be the place to be to track all your teams, all your rivals maybe, perhaps, all the big scores and big games. We'll have them all right here.
You know, we call this 0 week, but it feels like everybody's playing.
Oh, that's what it used to be, week 1, then you moved to week 0, and only a couple teams did it. Now everybody does it. We got to change that back. I mean, they've got to make it week 1 again, right?
Let's talk a little social media.
You want to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay, fine, I'll take it. Twitter is going to be the place to be for social media, really. At DCTF is my account. That's what I'm tweeting from here on at the desk. You can also see that on the left side of your TV screen on what we call the L bar. That's TV talk for you.
Hey.
And Angela Heyman, our sideline reporter, is also going to be working Twitter. She is at Ange Heyman. And then also associate editor for Dave Campbell's Greg Tepper is going to be working Twitter. He is at Tepper Live. Any of those 3 sources, if you have news, pictures, videos, maybe highlights, send them to those sources. We will turn them around, try and get them on air for you so you can be a part of this show with us. Jeff and I, we don't want to be here for 4 hours by ourselves. We want everyone to be a part of this experience all with us.
And, of course, we'll be checking in with the Academy Sports Desk all night long in the studio. But what do you say? Let's get started. Let's go down to that greater Houston area.
Take us away.
I think they've got some fantastic games down in the Houston area. We're going to have some highlights coming up here in just a little while from the greater Houston area. But, you know, Katy, as usual, very strong. Of course, Manville back in that familiar role of being one of the powerhouses in Class 5A. Of course, that's a team that went to the state championship game last year in 4A.
Exactly, and if you look at this top 5, it's rare because all 5 of these teams are ranked in the preseason 5A top 25 if you go by the Dave Campbell's TexasFootball.com rankings. And maybe even more impressive, Jeff, every single one of them have been in a title game since 2003. And if you take out the Woodlands, they've all been in a title game since 2009. I mean, they have got skins on the wall, and we're not talking from the 30s or 40s or 50s. These guys have been good just a couple of years ago, maybe even last year in the case of Spring Decaney, which beat Cibolo Steel. They're good.
And it'll be interesting to see how Decaney bounces back without Trey Williams this year. So many incredible highlights from him last season. Hey, one of the games we're watching out for in week 0, of course, Katy and Klein, the game being played right there at Reliant Stadium in Houston. Great atmosphere for high school football.
We talked a little bit about it during the live show, but let's go ahead and dive in a little deeper. When it comes to offensive, these 2 teams are kind of mirror image. Katy and Klein, both power running backs, both strong defenses. They really make you work, and they control the trenches. For Katy, it all boils down to Rodney Anderson and Adam Taylor. Those are 2 really good running backs. I mean, college bound without question. And then for Klein, it's going to be David Ham, used to be a linebacker, converted to running back. He's pretty good too.
What do you say we check in with Legacy Sports Network? Lonnie King with the call.
Offense last season produced over 20 points per game, 292 yards of total offense per game. So they want to try to increase that here tonight because they're going to have to put up some big points to try to compete with Katy.
Othello Gibson, Mac Odom back deep. The kick will come down this time inside the hash marks. Gibson's going to take it. He runs to his right, has a block, gets to the outside, 30, 35, out across the 40-yard line before he's tripped up and knocked out of bounds. They'll call it the 39. And good starting field position here for the Klein Bearcats.
Yeah, great starting field position for Klein, and that's going to be a key here tonight, Lonnie. They want to keep themselves away from their own end zone. They want to make sure that they can try to control the field possession in this ball game. You don't want to give Katy great field position, and neither do you want to be backed up to your own goal line. They start off great here on their first possession. They're going to go 1st and 10 from their own 39-yard line.
Here on Fox Football Friday, we're just underway at Reliant Stadium. No score yet. The opening kickoff just took place, and the Klein Bearcats head out to the line of scrimmage for their first offensive play of the season. Rainer Osmus, a junior, will be their quarterback.
And that's Lonnie King with the call right there. Good to see Lonnie King with us again this year. And that is an intriguing matchup, of course, Klein. And I think Katy feels like after their early exit in the playoffs last year, they really want to bounce back this season.
And they picked a great place to do it at Reliant Stadium, Jeff. The last time they played there was December 20th, 2008. That was the 5A D2 finals when they beat Wiley 17-3. Will Jeffrey, 142 yards rushing. Michael Weber had 2 touchdowns rushing. It's a lot like the Klein product we see today. 2 really good running backs that do things a little differently but provide you a dynamic dynamic look to the offense. And then poor Parker Ray, the quarterback, only threw for 89 yards. Katie, you run the ball.
I tell you, Katie went into the playoffs undefeated, but anything happens once you get to the postseason.
Anything happens.
How about Houston Bel Air at A-Leaf Taylor? Another interesting matchup.
And it's been a good one so far. Mod Vital, our Skyper's already put out some updates on Twitter. We've passed them along on the screen to you a few minutes ago. But unbelievable collegiate talent on the field today, Jeff, between these two teams. Get this. 9 different Division I pledges at this school, going to 9 different schools pledged out already. That's ridiculous.
That is. Hey, the Battle of the Ranch, Cy Ranch and Cinco Ranch at BBVA Compass Stadium. Of course, that is the home of the Dynamo, the MLS team in the Houston area, and that's a brand new stadium. These two teams getting a chance to christen the facility.
I'm struggling to figure out which storyline I love more. There's 2 great running backs, Jamel James for Cinco Ranch, and then Keith Ford, maybe the best in Texas for Cy Ranch. But I also got to say I'm intrigued by the son of David Klingler, Luke Klingler, who may be the quarterback at Cinco Ranch today.
Yeah, good call. Former Houston Cougar, of course, Clear Springs and Galena Park, North Shore. North Shore always one of the dominant teams in the greater Houston area.
And North Shore started off hot in this game. They're already leading. Clear Springs struggling a little bit. If Springs wants to get back into the game and win, it's going to start with quarterback Zach Cripps, a junior. You know North Shore is coming with a good defensive plan to try and confuse that kid.
How about Eisenhower at Fort Bend Hightower? Of course, Hightower without Braylon Addison now, but Hightower, lots of good athletes.
Oh, well, they're out with pretty much everyone from last year. They only returned 1 offensive starter. They changed head coaches to Patrick McGinnis, but they do have a really good running back in Jaquin Henderson. He could be a star, but in the early goings, it could be tough for Hightower trying to figure out maybe exactly who their stars are this year.
Hey, let's talk about some of the storylines coming on in that Houston area. I mean, Lamarck moving down to 3A, one of the big stories.
Which makes my head explode. We never thought we'd see Lamarck down the 3A class. Actually, through every geographic region, we're going to take a look at these top 5 storylines. We want you to tweet us at DCTF, at Ann Chayman, to tell us whether you agree or disagree. But I think Lamarck dropping to Class 3A is the biggest storyline in Houston this year. I think Ricky Seals-Jones, the talented athlete at Sealy, his recruitment, because he decommitted from Texas, I think the pursuit of him is second along storylines. Is Deion Collins Texas's best? That's obviously the defensive end who we named the best overall defensive. It's Deion Hollins, the best overall defensive player in the state of Texas. But there's a lot of really good storylines out there in the Houston area. We want you to let us know if you think we missed one, but I don't think we did. I like those 5 storylines.
Ricky Seals-Jones, actually, he, of course, was saying he was going to the University of Texas.
That's
now
right.
Looking at Texas A&M and a few other schools.
That's right.
So interesting stuff. We're all about not only the players, but also the highlights and much more in this game about to kick off behind us. Fox Football Friday continues from right here in Argyle. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, and Angela Heyman will be right back with more with the Blitz.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors, right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This is the Blitz, and Whiteley taking on Argyle here, of course, at Eagles Stadium. And these action here just happened moments ago. And, you know, when you think about these two teams getting together, the first thing you think of is look at those uniform clashes. You know, you got the purple and white, you got the black and red. I love it. About every scheme you can think of right there.
That's 3A football for you, with jerseys just kind of run the gamut, right? That's small school football.
Hey, you know, we got some big games coming up all across the state of Texas. We've already got some scores coming in right now. Cedar Park, Westlake, got an early score on that one you were talking about. Cedar Park's already on top.
That's right. Cedar Park's on top of Westlake 7-0 in the first quarter right now. But Angela's got an update on the game behind us. I think someone just put up 3, right, Angela?
Yes. The Abilene Wiley Bulldogs just scored a field goal. They set up that field goal with some great passing plays. One play was a 16-yard pass from Taylor Grant to Sterling Bristow. Their offense is looking pretty good. Let's see what Argyle has.
Yeah, so 3-0 right now, Wiley on top, and that's a pretty good opening drive right there to take it down the field, put 3 points up on the board, especially when you're on the road. It's important to get up early.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, if you're a head coach and you can get points out of the first drive of the season, you will take that any way you can get it, because all your kids are still meshing and learning. It's not like the pros or not like college where some of these guys have been together a long time. Everything changes almost every year in high school football. So when you can get some continuity, some chemistry within your first 10 or 11 plays, that's a huge difference. That's a big confidence booster for these guys. And I mean, Abilene, Wiley, and Argyle, like the old saying goes, everyone except for one team ends up unhappy at the end of every year. So to come out and start well like that, that's going to give them a big boost.
You might notice some of the scores there on the bottom of the screen. Those are from Thursday nights. If they're finals, there's also, of course, a lot of games that are just now underway across the entire state of Texas. And we talked about Cedar Park leading Westlake 7-0. They've got a new head coach, and Joe Willis moved over from the defensive side as the defensive coordinator, now the head coach. I think Cedar Park might be one of the best teams in that entire Central Texas area.
Well, Denton Geyer lost last night, and they were the #1 ranked team in Class 4A. They lost to Cedar Hill, and so when they fall down, all of a sudden Cedar Park, who started at #2, they could be #1 by this time next week. It's that easy.
And they don't have Lake Travis in their district anymore today. Hey, here are some early scores to update for you. Pearland leading Madison 6-3 in the first. Clear Springs trailing North Shore 6-0 also in the first quarter. Kempner leading Seven Lakes 7-3 in the first. The game being played at Katy ISD. And Deer Park leading Clear Lake 9-0. That one also in the first.
If you're wondering why you see so many Houston scores, it's because a lot of the Houston games kick off at 7 o'clock, whereas the rest of the state goes ahead and kicks off at 7:30. More scores here. Gainesville 14-0 over Burke Burnett in a hurry. Keller is getting beat up by Prosper. Prosper just moving up to 4A for the first time. Bowie's over Wichita Falls Hershey 7-6, and then Stratford and Friona 56-14.
Already?
That was a Panhandle game. Some of them kick off a little early too.
Sure.
A couple other big ones to take note of. Steele is up 7-0 over Madison in the first quarter, as well as Tatum up 8-0 over ARP. Tatum with a big drive got points early.
Yeah, and Tatum loaded again this year, one of the powerhouses out in East Texas, no question about it. So we're going to have highlights as they happen here, moments after the plays happen. You saw the field goal earlier. We'll have plays throughout the entire night from here, but also from all over the country. Let's go ahead and now check in with Doug Anderson, who was at a pretty good ball game last night, I understand.
Secret that the DFW area is home to some of the top high school football programs in the state. That's true year in and year out. But this year, the talent level appears to be exceptionally strong. Let's start in Class 5A, where half of the Associated Press top 10 come from North Texas. The South Lake Carroll Dragons are the defending 5A Division I champions, and the Dragons will begin the year ranked #1 in the state. That should not come as a shock, considering the Dragons returned several talented playmakers, including a potential 5A Player of the Year in quarterback Kenny Hill. Hill came alive last year as a junior, throwing for 25 touchdowns and rushing for 24. One team that never has to worry about a lack of talent is Dallas Skyline. The Raiders are loaded with talent again this season, as Skyline lost a heartbreaker to Carroll in the state semifinals last year, but returning stars like quarterback Devontae Kincaid and wide receiver Rashad Samples are hoping to take the next step and give the DISD their first state championship in 62 years. In the Mid-Cities, Coach Steve Lineweaver is doing a little bit of rebuilding with the Trinity Trojans. But as anyone who follows Texas high school football knows, the Trojans have always had a solid foundation on the offensive and defensive lines. If some inexperienced, skilled players step up, Trinity will once again be a force to be reckoned with. A brand new $60 million stadium has the folks in Allen excited before a game has even been played. But the Eagles plan to give their fans much more than new digs to cheer about this year. Led by national champion wrestler Oliver Pierce at quarterback, the Eagles are favorites to win a tough District 10 5A. In Class 4A, another North Texas program will start the year ranked number 1 in the state. The Denton-Geyer Wildcats drop down the classification ladder but return a bevy of talent, including University of Texas commitment Gerard Hurd at quarterback and an experienced offensive line that will allow him to show off his skills. Randy Allen will once again have a contender in Highland Park. The Scots also possess size and experience on the offensive line, which should help them in the early going while they're trying to find replacements for their top quarterback, running back, and receiver from a year ago. One thing we know about the Scots, however, tradition dictates that they will be a force in Class 4A. Speaking of tradition, the Aledo Bearcats have established a tradition of excellence over the last 3 years that very few teams can come close to. But the 3-time defending state champs in 4A Division II must now adjust to life without one of the all-time great running backs in Texas football history, Jonathan Gray. Fortunately for Coach Tim Buchanan, the Bearcats are stacked on defense, which should help them near the top of the 4A standings. In Class 3A, 2 outstanding teams from the North Texas area will look to make some serious noise this year. Both come from District 10. The Argyle Eagles reached the state finals last year, falling in a close ball game to Wimberley. Coach Todd Rogers returns 4 starters on offense, but not quarterback Austin Awney, who was one of the top players in the state last year. And of course, the Salina Bobcats are also a team to be reckoned with, as they have a new head coach in Bill Elliott, but have an outstanding quarterback in Nathan Elliott and one of the best linemen in the state, either way, in Jake Rollerson.
All right, we was just talking about Allen, South Lake Carroll. I can give you a score update. It's Allen running back Jeff Harris christens the new Allen Stadium with a half-yard touchdown run. It is 7-0 Allen over South Lake Carroll with 5:12 left to go in the first quarter.
Now we've both used the word christen. We
you
can't
used
use
it
it
too?
anymore tonight.
Okay, we're done. No more word christening. We've officially blown it out.
Hey, it's 3-0 right here. Wiley is leading. They scored on their opening drive, picked up a field goal. Argyle's got the ball now. They're on the move. Of course, we'll kind of keep you updated with this one right here.
Exactly. And remember, Doug Anderson was just talking about some of these 3A programs. He mentioned Salina. We're going to get to that one in just a minute. That's a 3A team that's not to be trifled with either.
Hey, coming up next, the Academy Sports Desk at the Fox Sports Studios and the Central Texas area. Don't go anywhere. The Blitz rolls on. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. We'll be sending it to the Academy Sports Desk.
Yes. And we have a long run by Argyle looking for a score. He comes down at about the 20.
Welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Powery. He's Trevor Stewart. Angela Heyman down on the sideline. Argyle just had a big play. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at that play. This just happened a moment ago. Wiley back to pass here. Look at this. Intercepted. Fantastic play. Look at the return right here. Using those blockers, getting downfield, and he would return it deep inside Wiley territory down around the 30-yard line. So some good stuff right there.
That is junior defensive back Connor Wilson on the interception there, getting big start as a junior. I love it.
Hey, let's go and check in with Rick Renner at the Academy Sports Desk, who's got more. Rico, what do you have?
Thank you, guys. We got some serious athletes to keep our eye on this year. White-right stud, Longhorn-bound quarterback Tyrone Swoops, Cheryl's nephew. A&M-bound Kenny Hill at South Lake Carroll, and the son of a Texas Ranger. And how about Colleyville Heritage quarterback Cody Thomas, who may be the best baseball player in the state, too. We'll celebrate all of these guys on the Bill Ford Top Player of the Week show each and every week at 8:30 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Southwest. Go to playeroftheweek.com, and you can nominate your favorite players based on their performances off the field and on the field, the most prestigious honor in all of Texas. Let's go to the Gucci Bowl in San Antonio between Clark and Churchill. Clark up 6-0. Dimitri Flowers, get used to this guy. We're going to say his name a lot. He gets in there. The Chargers are up 7-6. This is Thursday night action. Then, at the end of the first quarter, Nate Pearson will connect with Flowers again. And they go on to win at 36-29, third straight win over Clark. First three-peat since 1987 in that series. Meanwhile, great one between Warren and MacArthur. Ryan Larson gets it done to Aaron Taylor, and Taylor will take it to the house for the score. That made it 7-0. Warriors, second frame, more of the same. Larson will fight his way into the end zone for the touchdown. Warren goes up 13-0. They win it 29-0. No Rex Dawson at quarterback for Warren. No problem. Mack held to just 51 rushing yards. Some other games we're keeping an eye on in the Alamo City tonight. Cibolo Steele has a new quarterback after two state finals. Braylon McCollum is going to be a guy to watch. Tommy Armstrong is now doing his services up there at Nebraska on the football field. Time now to class up the place a little bit. And to do that, we have the two girls, the Fox Sports Southwest girls. You've probably seen them on Twitter. They have more followers than me. I'm very jealous about all that. Kami and Liddy, girls, you're going to be a part of all the fun on Friday nights. Tell us how the fans can get involved with what we're doing.
Hey, Rick, we are, so excited to be in studio. We'll be here tonight and every Friday night, like he said. And I'm Kami.
I'm Liddy. Let me just say how excited I am that it's finally football season. This is one of my favorite times of the year. But we are really excited to talk to you about our new fantasy football website behind you. You can go on and upload photos and videos, and Kami is going to tell you how to sign up.
I am. First, I need you to go to footballfriday.foxsportssouthwest.com. We need to create a profile, and I need you to sign in. You're going to find a little icon at the top right of the home screen. You're going to click sign in. Of course, you got to go through all the little things, put your name, your email address, create a password. Do you remember? Not quite done. Click sign in. You got to create a profile so we can keep up with you and put a picture that looks probably your finest.
And what if they don't have an email? Is there any other way that they can sign up for it?
There is, actually. It's 2012, and we have social media. It's basically the same thing. The only thing is just going to prompt you to just go ahead and sign up for this app, and then you're going to put a profile picture. It'll be the same as your Facebook one, so no problem. You can change it sometime.
Yep, and we will be back to tell you how to upload a photo on that. Rick?
It's going to be fun to hang out with you guys all night. And with that, let's go back to Argyle. Travis, I feel sorry for you. You get Jeff Power, and I get to hang out with the Fox Sports Southwest girls all night.
Hey, Rico, we appreciate
you. Going to take that from him?
Rico's all good. It's the hair. It's the hair. Hey, let's talk about the Central Texas area. Of course, when you go to the Central Texas area, you think about schools like Hewitt Midway. Of course, they just got to the state championship game last year, fell short to, of course, Lake Travis in Class 4A, but now in 5A.
We kind of define Syntax as the Waco all the way down through Bryan College Station area, but all five of these teams are very talented. An odd note, though, Jeff, Temple is the only one of these five who's returning in full-time starting quarterback from last year, Zach Allen. That's weird for top five teams in a region, right?
And, Copper's Cove, they've got a big game tonight against A&M Consolidated. We've got a crew there. We'll have more on that in just a moment. But Copper's Cove, one of the teams in that, of course, Waco area, always to reckon with. And I think A&M Consolidated might be one of the best teams in that entire area as well.
They probably are, but they're going to have to prove it early on because they only have 3 starters coming back. One of their best kids, Christian LeCoutre, a first-team super teamer, transferred in the offseason.
Hey, let's check in with WTAW right now. Copper's Cove and A&M Consolidated.
Seabolt Out of the gun again. Trips near side, looks left, pumps once, throws, has a man wide open. That ball was batted down on a great defensive effort, and there to bat it away for the A&M Consolidated Tigers once again, that was Austin Stephen. We keep calling his name out of the linebacking corps. Austin is going back and forth between defensive back and linebacker depending on where he stands. He is a defensive back, but Stephen, with a diving attempt at the football, knocks it down, and on the incompletion it brings up a second down at 16.
That was a nice recovery by Austin. He took the fake, but recovered and made a great play there.
Seabold out of the I formation, play action, pass his own on the way to the end zone, has a receiver to Gibson. Gibson couldn't hold on to it. Tigers with some pretty good blanket coverage.
As you can see, A&M Consolidated leading right now 7-0. Always good to check in with the guys on the radio there. WTAW, we do appreciate it.
The next big game we're looking at in the Central Texas area is Hewitt Midway at Bryan. While we're talking about Midway, a quick update from around the state. The team that beat them last year in the state finals, Lake Travis, is playing Converse Judson tonight. Lake Travis is up 17-0. Hello, Class 5A. We're not afraid of you. Hewitt Midway, it seems like they will not graduate running back B.J. Kelly. He's been there for 39 years now, but very talented and ready to do some damage this season. And Baylor's going to have to turn to Chris Johnson, their quarterback, who's pledged to Baylor. Brian's going to have to get a lot of production out of him to win tonight.
And how about Temple at Round Rock? Of course, we're going to get to visit with them next week, Temple, but battling over at Dragon Stadium tonight in Round Rock.
Exactly, and I think Temple may be the favored team here, but while we're here, shameless plug, let's talk about our game next week in Week 1 when Temple hosts Austin Westlake. A bunch of good kids on the Temple roster to keep an eye out for. We've mentioned Zach Allen. 2011 stats, he was 1,700 yards passing, 16 touchdowns. That's pretty good, but the running back Galen Sanders had 1,500 yards rushing and 21 touchdowns. That's pretty good, too. When it comes to offense, Temple seems to have a monopoly on it right now, and their head coach, Mike Spradlin, who came from Abilene Cooper, he's not shabby either. It's going to be a tough out in the playoffs.
And Jordan Siebert, he's the new quarterback over at Westlake, 6'3", 220 pounds. I got to see him up close and personal. He is a good football player. Watch out for Westlake. I think they're back this year. They've got a huge offensive line. I got a chance to talk with Darren Allman. We'll have more on that next week. But Allman, he thinks he's got himself a pretty good team.
And he's probably right, considering how good Westlake traditionally is. Let's drop down to the small school ranks in Central Texas just for a moment and take a look at Waco La Vega, the Pirates, who played in a title game just a couple years ago. They are loaded this year, 8 back both ways, and Randy Gober, their running back, is definitely the big gun. But I tell you what, Palestine, they're not lacking either. 15 starters back overall, and their running back, Darius Stevens, he's really good in the spread offense.
How about Navasota at Willis?
Oh my gosh, Navasota. You want to talk about stacks. They wrote the book on it. They are really loaded. They got a great quarterback and even better wide receiver, Kadarius Baker's the quarterback, Solomon McGinty out wide. And Willis is starting over at the passing game. This could be a rare moment where Navasota 3A comes in and beats a pretty good 4A.
So maybe the big storyline would be Hewitt Midway moving up to 5A?
I think that's probably the biggest one in the area, but I tell you what, Mark starting at number 1 is pretty big, and Cameron Yo starting at number 1 in 2A Division I's not that bad either. I love the quarterback class in this area. We talked about Zach Allen. We talked about Chris Johnson at Bryan. The list goes on and on. There's a lot of really good ones here. And then obviously is Temple ready to shine? I mean, people forget, but Temple, one of the most storied franchise, look at my NFL person, one of the most storied programs in the entire state. They've been on the schneid a little bit, but Mike Spradlin has them in the right direction. They've got talent. Could this be a 10 or 11 win season for them? That would be huge for that great fan base.
Hey, as they always say, blue going one way, white going the other. I love those pants. Those are cool. Yeah, so I tell you what, the whole Syntex area is definitely loaded, but coming up, we're going to go back and talk more about this DFW Metroplex, plus update what's going on behind us here as Wiley still leading. In fact, let's go ahead and check in with Angela real quick. Angela, what do you have?
Hey guys, well, so far not much on offense. We had the field goal by Abilene Wiley first, then Argyle came back with an interception, then Argyle fumbled it, and now Abilene Wiley has just had to punt to Argyle. So let's see if Argyle's offense can do something this time. Back to you guys.
You see the field goal right there by Wiley got things started. They were up 3-0, and but then the interception definitely hurt them, and it kind of throwing that ball up for grabs. But a defensive struggle, and you kind of expect to see that maybe in the early portion of the season, especially week 0. Some fumbles and miscues.
Well, that was an interception of a young quarterback, and then a forced fumble on a young quarterback. When you got a young kid under center in week 0. That's going to happen. You live with that. You just hope you can escape the carnage with a victory in week 0. That's what you want the most, is just to win. You don't care how it looks.
Hey, I heard Austin Awney might even be here. We'll check on that.
Where?
Former quarterback from Argyle. Hey, we're going to talk a lot more about what you can get involved with here. Real quick, tweeting.
At DCTF, send them straight to this desk. We'll pump them right back out to the screen.
There we go. Fox Football Friday. The Blitz continues.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grill. Try one today.
Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This is the Blitz as we roll on here with Argyle taking on Wiley, and I think Argyle may have just scored.
Oh, that would be a welcome change. It was a quiet early start to the game as we expected, but you knew both of these teams would catch their stride, find their win, and we'd see some points soon.
And remember, folks, we can't show it live, but moments after we can, so we'll get to that highlight for you here in just a few minutes. Hey, let's talk about this Dallas-Fort Worth area. Fantastic football in this region, wouldn't you say?
Yep, sail the boat for us. I mean, if you look at the top five, it's pretty impressive. But let's look at last night's score real quick. Lake Dallas over Richardson Pierce. And I tell you what, Pierce looked great early on, but Lake Dallas, they just hung in there and took some punches. They came back and played a great second half and won. I mean, I watched it. I have to admit, I was even surprised they came back and won because I thought Pierce looked a lot more solid throughout the game.
So who's better, Skyline or Carroll? Putting you on the point.
Oh, yeah, right. You're gonna find me dead next week if I answer that question. I mean, we got to go with Skyline. That's who Dave Campbell's ranked #1 in the entire state early on in the year when we started the magazine out, obviously in June. But I know Carroll won last year. They beat him in the semifinals and won a state title game. But these rankings are about this year, not necessarily about last year. Skyline returned pretty much everything, and Carroll took some heavy losses out wide. Got a great quarterback in Kenny Hill coming back, but still got some replacements to fit. And man, you know Dallas Skyline's going to be breathing fire all year. They're going to be looking for a win.
And you know, Euless Trinity went up to the great state of Washington and battled a team and lost up there. But give me your thoughts about playing that far away from home to start the season. That's pretty tough.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, if you want to play a game you know you can win, you can stay here and play a 3A and pound them. But if you want to grow the brand of your school and you want to get out and have your kids get cool experiences, that was a great idea.
And play the 8-time champion.
Exactly. I mean, the thing with Trinity is they were young from the beginning this year. They didn't have a lot of experienced kids, so it wasn't a surprise to see them go up and lose. By week 5, they'll be knocking heads against everybody again.
I want to know what's going on between Carroll and Allen. Let's check in
Please
with
do.
Chuck Kelly right now. What do you say?
Cole Carter as a Darian Jones came up, Kelly, and said hello.
Hi and welcome to Friday night. That was indeed a pounding ball delivered by Murray. He's got kind of a long windup. I've seen video of the kid. He's got great velocity and accuracy, but it's a long release, and you saw it right there. He stands straight up as he throws and kind of hangs his receiver out to dry a little on his first Division 5A pass.
Boy, Junior Jones went in there and just laid the lumber to him, and Allen will now go with the one-back set. Ward lines up to the right side of Murray, who takes the snap and hands it to the running back Ward, going from right to left, and he will get beyond the 43 out to the 45-yard line. He gained about 2 yards on the play before Jackson Mitchell and Nash Dickey made the tackle.
So it's another 3rd and long, but there's just so much.
All right, we're going to also take a look at Arlington Lamar and South Grand Prairie in a second, but I tell you what, I'm seeing on Twitter and from a lot of people sending me text messages and such that the atmosphere at Allen South Lake Carroll rivals a college postseason game, which is pretty incredible when you think about it. It's just so many people and the hype is so high. That's a rare event out there.
18,000 fans strong. You know what? Arlington Lamar trailing South Grand Prairie early on 14-0 in the first quarter.
Got to admit, it's a little bit of a surprise to me. I didn't know if South Grand Prairie was going to have the firepower. But let's check in with E.J. Holland, who seems like he's just about everywhere in the metroplex these days. EJ, tell us a little bit what you've seen so far from this SGP and Lamar game.
Well, basically, Arlington Lamar's turned the ball over 3 times, which is equal 3 touchdowns by South Grand Prairie, which has explosive offense with Elijah Wright, who's thrown a 47-yard touchdown, a 27-yard touchdown, right after throwing up on the field. So South Grand Prairie is up 21-0. It's a total blowout. Still here in the heading into the second quarter now.
E.J. Holland mixing play-by-play with a little bit of biology there. It's kind of gross. But do you think this is something that Arlington Lamar can come back from, or are they just young right now and it's going to take them some time to work out some jitters?
I think it's going to take them some time to work out some jitters. They were executing on a little hitch by Mayweather, and they were moving the ball down the field, but they just keep turning the ball over. And a 21-0 hole to a team as athletic as South Grand Prairie, I just don't see them coming back right now. And the Grand Prairie has all the momentum.
All right, E.J. Holland, we do appreciate it. Continue to stick with us throughout the night. We've got some other big games going on in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Aledo and Highland Park over at SMU. That's a great matchup.
Exactly, but we're not sure what we're going to see yet because both teams are really young. Obviously, Aledo loses, what was his name? Jonathan Gray, maybe the best running back in state history. Just ridiculous numbers. But they also lose quarterback Matt Bishop, pretty good wide receiver, and Michael Mann. A lot of replacements to find on offense. Defense is really good. Highland Park's in the same boat. Need to fill a lot on offense.
How about DeSoto at Arlington Martin?
Woo, off to a tough start.
Eagles up early.
Arlington ISD's taken a beating so far tonight, but DeSoto, if you thought they were good last year, this may be even better. I mean, they're just a track team up and down the field, so much talent, so much speed and quickness. By the way, we talked about Skyline earlier. If you're not seeing them here, it's because they actually play tomorrow. They host the Woodlands, and we're not going to talk too much about Saturday games tonight.
Hey, Dallas Jesuit playing in Ireland against Loyola Academy. And look at that, 30-29, the final Dallas Jesuit winning that game. Of course, the game being played at Ireland, they got off to a good head start on us.
That's right. I got to talk to the coaching staff and kids out there over the offseason. They were all so geeked about this opportunity. They obviously made the best of it, and I tell you what, I'm sure, I haven't seen the final stats, but I'm sure that wide receiver Jake Oliver was a big part of what they did. And I tell you, he's been a big part of what they've done over the past couple years. Look at his numbers, 216 career catches, 3,325 career receiving yards, 39 career touchdowns. Jeff, get this, 114 catches this year, which is only 6 more than he had last year. That would break the national mark for career receptions. That's incredible. He's been so productive. He has a chance to break the state record for career receiving yards. It'll be tough. Touchdowns is probably out of reach, but when you're challenging Jordan Shipley's numbers, the Burnett version of Jordan Shipley, that is, not the Texas, you know you're pretty darn good.
Good luck, Jake. All right, other major storylines to consider. Maybe that top 5 DFW. I mean, they're all good.
Well, we gave Skyline #1 ranking, but we gave Carroll's quest for the second straight title the top storyline. I don't know if that's a condolence or not. But Skyline obviously looking for its first ever title and to take some vengeance out on Carroll from last year's win. That's a second overall storyline. Aledo rebuilding without Jonathan Gray. We mentioned that just a second ago. I think that's third overall because that Carroll Skyline thing has really captivated the DFW area. We just talked about Jake Oliver, and then we've obviously mentioned Allen's new stadium a lot today. But all 5 of those DFW storylines, I tell you what, they really resonate throughout the whole state, and sometimes people in other areas get tired of hearing about DFW, but so many good recruits here, so many good teams, so many state champs. That's the way it's going to be. There's a lot of really good talent here.
Hey, tweet us at DCTF and let us know if you disagree with any of those remarks
people already
there.
have.
And hey, it's a chance to interact. What the heck, right?
That's right. Get a chance to talk.
Hey,
to us.
Rio Grande Valley is next. Fox Football Friday continues. We'll have some highlights of this one right here as Argyle leading right now over Abilene Wiley. More in just a few minutes.
Do we have the Argyle touchdown too?
All All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday, the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Abilene Wiley on the move right here. Check out the pass, and that is a touchdown in the corner of the end zone. And right now, Wiley leading this one 9-7, and looks like they did make the extra point to make it 10-7 as we look behind you right here.
Well, it's nice to be on the field like that. We got to take a look somehow. But Argyle obviously found the end zone too. That's why it's now 10-7. Both these teams trading blows, but two of the defenses that I think have been the stars so far this game.
Yeah, some second quarter action right there, so that is definitely good to see. Well, I understand we've got Greg Tepper back, South Lake Carroll and Allen. Obviously, a huge matchup right there, 18,000 strong. Let's go ahead and check in with Greg via Skype. Greg, tell us what's going on there.
Well, right now we got 4:33 left in the second quarter, and Allen is up 7-0 on the strength of a 1-yard Jeff Harris touchdown run. I tell you what, guys. You know, we knew what we were going to expect from South Lake Carroll. We were going to see a lot of Kenny Hill, their outstanding quarterback. But the real surprise of this game has been Allen quarterback Oliver Pierce, a converted wide receiver who is running all over this Carroll defense. They just do not have an answer for him. But right now, with 4:33 left in the first half, it is Allen 7 and South Lake Carroll 0.
Now, Greg, I got to ask you, you're talking about Oliver. We know he's a state championship wrestler. Do you think this guy's a potential all-state quarterback from the very short sample size you've seen of him?
Well, I tell you what, I love his running ability. His throwing ability is a little untested right now. I think that they knew that they could catch Carroll napping because they didn't have any film on Oliver Pierce. But I tell you what, right now his running ability is definitely all-state caliber.
All righty, Greg Tepper, we do appreciate it. We'll stick with you all night long. Keep us informed. Thanks again.
Absolutely.
All right, so South Lake Carroll and Allen, good battle right there, kind of a nail-biter early on.
Well, that's what you expect between two talented teams. Let's segue down south to the Rio Grande Valley, where we'll be in week 2 in 2 weeks for Fox Football Friday. A lot of really good teams here in the top 5, Jeff, and the work that Harlingen did last year, pushing all the way to the state semifinal, or I'm sorry, the regional finals. That opened a lot of eyes towards Valley football in general. Let's take a look at those top 5 teams, and to no surprise, Harlingen's going to be the one that's going to start up there in that top 5 for, as we said, the sample size they gave us last year. Now, Mission Sharyland comes in right behind them. They've got a coaching change to deal with, but a very talented team. Always got great athletes, very fast. McAllen Memorial, they took a huge blow losing Matthew Kaufman to graduation in the offseason, their star quarterback. They've got more than enough talent coming back. And then San Benito and Los Fresnos, we're going to talk about both of those teams, compare and contrast it in just a second, but both of them are obviously pretty dangerous, Joe.
Yeah, no question about it. And again, we will be down in McAllen here in a couple of weeks. But, San Benito and Los Fresnos, a good matchup here in week 0.
Exactly. And they actually, I think they mirror each other pretty well when you look at some of the numbers. San Benito has had 7 playoff bids in the last 8 years. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it is.
Los Fresnos has 7 playoff bids in the past 8 years. They've both been equally consistent. San Benito, 13 overall returning starters. Los Fresnos, 13 overall returning starters. And most of the other Valley coaches seem to think pretty highly of these two teams. They were rated highly amongst other Valley coaches in the information that Dave Campbell's Texas Football compiles in the offseason.
Yeah, you think about Harlingen, their big upset early last year against Abilene.
That's right.
I mean, South Texas, hey, we know Donna's the only team that's won a championship there, and that went back in the 1960s. So in the 60s, so no doubt about it, they are starving for some championships down there, but they've got some good football, and this could be the year.
Harlingen's got a long mountain to climb because they graduated so much talent, not just talent, but collegiate talent. But I tell you what, they're not far from. They're really not. San Antonio Madison was a title caliber team last year. They just ran into some hot groups that are title caliber again this year, and Harlingen gave them all they could handle. I mean, you can't do a whole lot better than that. They got a good coaching staff, good talent, the best fan base in the Valley. No doubt that they are this close to being title ready.
Hey, Ed Couch Elsa taking on Weslaco tonight. Big games all across the Valley, and I tell you, they will pack in those stadiums down there early on in the season, especially when these two teams get together. But interesting matchup there with Ed Couch Elsa and Weslaco, and the Argyle band here joining us, or Wiley's band, I should say, right here behind us as well, so bear with us.
Well, we know Ed Couch Elsa has a good running back named Israel Laredo. That's a great name, by the way. It's got to be one of the best in the state. Israel Laredo, very talented kid. Weslaco, also pretty good. Slot T offense, you're going to look to run the ball.
PSJA North and Donna, we talked about those Redskins in that championship, and interesting matchup tonight.
Well, from the rich to the poor, we go from Ed Couch Elsa and Weslaco, who've got great offenses, now to Donna, who's looking to replace a great runner in Edward Frere, who graduated in the offseason. Don't know if you can say the same for PSJA North. They've got a great 1,000-yard rusher in Caleb Silva.
How about Harlingen South and McAllen Rowe?
Well, McAllen Rowe, that's the one we're going to be at in 2 weeks when they play McAllen, and I like a lot. I like what Rowe brings back quite a bit. Quarterback Javi Obregon is very talented, and wide receiver Tawny Bimpong. That's a great connection, and we don't talk about a lot of those Valley offenses a lot, but you're going to see some good offensive numbers out of that duo this year.
And we talked about Harlingen, the Cardinals. They've been hit hard by graduation, but hey, definitely one of the top teams down there.
I mean, I would not be surprised if Harlingen came out. They play San Antonio Johnson. We're going to talk to Eladio Jaimez from local media down there in the Valley. We're going to talk to him in just a moment. But I would not be surprised if Harlingen South won tonight and if Harlingen won tonight and made it a Harlingen sweep.
We will find out. Eladio Jaimez is down in that Valley area, and again, we will check in with him in just a few minutes. But maybe some of the other 2012 watch lists. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's a lot of good storylines in the Valley this year. We've talked about Harlingen quite a bit. It's pretty obvious they're the #1 team. We mentioned a little bit about McAllen Memorial losing Matthew Kaufman. I think them searching for #2, the next guy to come and be the big star there, has to rate highly on your Valley storyline list. Sherryland's new head coach. We mentioned that already. That's going to be a big shift for them, but the talent won't be changing. Weslaco East and Mission, they're switching. Weslaco East is moving from 4A to 5A. Mission's moving from 5A to 4A. How will those two programs adjust, especially because Weslaco East was so good in Class 4A the past couple years? And then obviously Donna and Weslaco, which has been a huge rivalry for decades and decades, with that they actually postponed that rivalry for a couple years, but they're back. They will play next week, and that whole Valley area is going to be captivated by that rivalry.
10-7 right here. Wiley is leading Argyle, but you might hear the crowd going wild behind us. We'll find out here in just a moment what's going on. But let's check in back down in the greater Houston area real quick.
We're going to check in at Katy and Klein.
Yeah, we've actually got some footage already rolling in. This is between Katy and Klein. Look at the run right up the gut. Oh, wow. Nice move right there. And does he lose the football? I was wondering if he might lose the football there, but breaks down towards the goal line. Here is the touchdown run right here by Taylor.
That is, yeah, that's right. That's Adam Taylor. And this game is at Reliant Stadium. And like we said, Adam Taylor, Rodney Anderson, two very talented kids. I know Klein's a really good defense, but I'm not surprised that Katy's up early by double digits. That's just a really good football team.
Yeah, Katy on a mission this year. Again, undefeated in the regular season last year, and then they were upset by LaPorte, I believe it was, in that opening round of the playoffs.
And you know what? I thought that was the most shocking result of the entire season. Was even more than South Lake Carroll coming back and stunning Skyline, was Katy losing to LaPorte like that. Not because LaPorte isn't really talented, but because we thought that Katy was just literally a cut above. And now LaPorte, they're on everyone's radar. Everyone's gunning for LaPorte now too. I guess that's what happens when you beat the big dog, you become the big dog, right?
Hey, let's go and check in with Angela Heyman, who's along the sidelines. Angela?
Hey guys, well, the Abilene Wiley Bulldogs just completed an 84-yard touchdown pass, but the play was brought back because of a penalty. I could see that Garrett Martin, the receiver, he was a little upset about that. Obviously wanted to score that touchdown. Back to you.
All right, yeah, here is the pass play right there. Garrett Martin, we're actually going to hear from Garrett in just a little bit. He is the star tailback for Wiley. And look at those moves right there. But again, this one coming back due to a penalty.
Brutal. That's harsh. And in those penalties, those are what you're going to have. We've talked about that a lot in week 0 as kids just make their adjustments. And I told you could live with a lot of those as long as you win. Man, you don't want them wiping out a long touchdown catch like that. No. That hurts you. That puts some pain in you.
But we're still going to show you the highlight anyway.
Yeah, I know. I guess we're bad fans.
All right, let's take a quick break. Fox Football Friday continues from right here in Argyle, who trail Wiley right now 10-7. More coming up in just a few minutes. righty, welcome back to Fox Football Friday Blitz. Quick score real quick.
Oh, this one's blowing me away. Monterrey Tech, a team from Mexico, is up 10-0 over Stephenville right now. In the Katy Klein game, Katy just blew up. It's now 34-0 over Klein. Yikes.
Academy Sports Desk. Let's go ahead and take a break. Rick Renner, what do you have for us?
Wow, how about that? Thanks, guys. You know, they're opening up that new stadium at Allen. They're unveiling the $1 million video screen at Carthage. But know this, some of the best atmosphere in the state tonight is in the Valley and the Coastal Bend region. Let's go there now and check on some awesome Thursday action. Laredo United South against always dangerous McAllen. Isaac Cabello made it interesting in the first half. He's a quarterback that can really do it all. He's unstoppable here, but the McAllen defense was just too much. They shut him out in the second half. They win 38-7. They're off to a great start at 1-0. Elsewhere, Sherryland and Brownsville. Hannah, Sherryland, always a factor down south. Big dose of Cesar Valdez, who breaks off a 30-yard touchdown run here. Nope, he gets knocked out at the one. They'll punch it into the next play. And then Hannah trying to come back. Jacob Molina, we know him as the funky cold Molina, to Chuck Atkinson. And Sherryland too much in this one. They win it 41-7. Let's go to the Battle of the Bees. Bartlett and Bosqueville. We pick it up in the second quarter. Bosqueville up by 1, and Grayson Gonzalez will put on some moves and go 46 yards here. Bosqueville in business right here. They got a very explosive offense. They're up 14-6, and then Bartlett punting later and having problems on special teams. 51-14, the final there. Let's bring in my partners in crime, the world-famous Fox Sports Southwest girls, Kami and Liddy, who will be with us each and every Friday night. Girls, how do fans chat with you and get their pictures on our shows?
Well, if you're just now joining us, go to footballfridays.foxsportssouthwest.com to sign up, and Liddy is going to tell you how to upload them if you've already signed up. Okay, so this is pretty easy. I'm just going to walk you through this on my iPad. The first thing you're going to do is sign on to your account. Then you're going to click on Photos at the top right of the home page, and then just click Add. Then you're going to see Add Photos from your computer, and below that you're going to see Add from your email or phone, and below is the unique email address everyone's going to get when you sign up. And then from this, the easiest way to do it from your phone is just to save this on your phone, and you can just click on it straight from your phone and send an email. It's really easy. And Katie's going to tell you some important things that you're going to want to remember about this. Gosh, that sounds like a lot of information, but really, most importantly, you can only upload one photo at a time. And then when you upload it from your email, just go ahead in the subject line. That's going to be the title of your photo, so we know what you're talking about. In the body, it's going to be the description. So if you have any questions, please follow us at our Twitter. We're going to have our phones handy. We'll answer all your questions at FSSW_girls. And speaking of tweets, we actually just got our first tweets and photos of the night, which we will show you next. Rick?
Looking forward to that. I love that picture of you guys with the helmets. How did you get the helmets on with all that hair? I mean, I had that issue.
It was tough. They actually were kind of painful. We learned that if you take the pads out of the ears,
right? It comes right
off a little bit easier.
We're going a little crazy.
I don't know how they wear those. They're heavy.
But they protect your head, though. That's a good thing. And you got to be careful on TV. It's very dangerous out there. Kami and Liddy, check them out on Twitter. And you can go to foxsportssouthwest.com for all of the details on how you can be a part of our shows. For now, let's head back to the dynamic duo in Argyle, talking about the Permian Basin. Guys, the biggest question is anybody in the Basin going to come out and win a state title? We haven't seen it in a while.
Could be.
We both looked at each other. That's not a good sign. It has been a while, Rick, since Permian and Midland Lee and even Midland were actually playing in title games. We'll talk about actually that whole, what's the word I'm looking for, phenomenon here in just a minute about what's happened to some of those schools. But for now, let's take a look at those top 5 teams in the Permian Basin.
Yeah, Odessa Permian, probably the top team in 5A out in West Texas. What do you say, the Mojo, maybe back this year?
I think so. And they've probably got the best overall player in Jorian Wilson. Their running back's pretty good. Midland Lee comes in just a pinch behind, then Midland and Odessa. Remember, those are the only 4 big teams in the Permian Basin, so you either drop down to the private school or 3A ranks for your next one. And that's why I like Monahan's quite a bit. You know, they were title ready last year. It could be title caliber again with a really good linebacker in Jackson Scharf.
Hey, games we're watching out for here in week 0. How about El Paso Coronado at Midland?
Well, El Paso Coronado is going through a big shift right now, obviously losing Coach Don Brooks in the offseason and replacing him, and that gives Midland an opportunity maybe to take advantage of that culture shift while the team is still figuring out what it's all about. Unfortunately, Midland's pretty young, too. They don't have a whole lot of experience on that roster. They're going to have some kids step up right away to figure out where their stars are.
How about the Sandys of Amarillo at Odessa?
Kind of similar story for Odessa. Wow. Also very young, and we knew it could be this way because Amarillo, as they dropped down to 4A, really talented, especially in the run game. It's going to be tough for Odessa to keep pace of that with so many young kids in the lineup.
And Midland Christian at Monahans.
Oh, man, I love this game because Monahan's a really talented 3A team. The Midland Christian's one of the best private schools in the state. So this gives the private schools an opportunity to land a marquee blow against some of the public teams and say, hey, we are every bit the team, we're every bit the caliber of our public school cousins. And part of the reason Midland Christian's so good is because of their superstar running back, Christian Wiggum, who is so talented, Jeff. He's our private school cover boy. He had a huge season last year, 2,344 yards and 46 touchdowns. We named him the TAPS D2 MVP. 2010, he was pretty good too. 1,100 yards, 15 scores. Also a pretty good defensive back, 61 tackles, 4 interceptions. But that big number is 46 touchdowns last year. Do not adjust your set. That is not a typo. Yeah, exactly. That is a ridiculous number, 46 touchdowns. He's very talented.
Hey, Big Spring at Fort Stockton. That's a big game out there. Big Spring, look at this, out early 14-0 in the first quarter.
Well, poor Big Spring's been rocking with the punches the past couple years. It's been a tough run out there. They were pretty good a couple years ago, but then they went through a rebuilding period, which is not uncommon for the high school ranks, but still, that's a historically good program with great fans. They've been hungry to win. Hopefully they can get off on the right foot this week.
And another Tannehill at quarterback, I might add.
There seems there's no end to it.
All right, and then Merkel and Seminole, another good game at week 0 out in West Texas.
It's going to give Seminole quarterback Jacob Birch, who's now a senior, has been very good in the Permian Basin for a while. It's going to give him a great opportunity to start the season in a big way.
Hey, let's take a look at that watch list for 2012 in the area.
Well, as Rico was saying at the Academy Sports Desk, it's make or break for Permian. I mean, they've been middling around for a while. They were very good under Darren Allman. Now they need to take a big step forward and contend again as a region on a region and statewide level. We mentioned Christian Wiggum. He's going for the 2nd straight state title. They won one last year. And then conversely, can Monahans win a ring? That's Midland Christian's, obviously their counterpart this evening, but Monahans is title ready. We just need to see if they can close the deal. District 2-5A, they're bi-district partners. Well, that's the Arlington schools. And part of Permian and Midland Lee and all them contending for a state title is going to be finding a way to get past those tough Arlington schools. And then we just mentioned, obviously, Seminoles Jacob Birch, one of the most talented quarterbacks really in West Texas, not just in the Permian Basin, not just in 3A, but in all of West Texas. All 5 of these storylines, very interested in.
Hey, what do you say we send it down to Angela and get a update on this game right here behind us? Angela, what do you have?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, the Bulldogs just scored on a 5-yard touchdown run by Garrett Martin. They sealed up the 7 points with a make on the field goal. But I've got a guy here with me that's probably rooting for Argyle tonight. I am joined by Coach Gene Stallings. It's an honor to have you here tonight, Coach. And I hear that you're watching someone special tonight.
Well, I am. I've got a grandson playing. He's not playing much in this game, but he'll play a lot before he's through. 6'4", 190, just in the 9th grade, John Chalkin, so he'll be a good player one of these days.
I bet you're extremely proud. Are you one of his coaches?
Well, I'm not. You know, I'm just, I don't even try to be much of a critic. I just appreciate him playing and try to encourage him, and one of these days there'll be some colleges looking at him.
Absolutely. Well, he's got big shoes to fill, and I'm sure he's really excited that you're here watching him tonight.
Well, he is, and I've tried. He's a good basketball player, and I enjoy high school football and basketball anyway, so it's just been a joy to be here for a few minutes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight, for giving us some of your time.
Listen, incidentally, you tell your daddy I said hello, and you tell him you're doing a good job.
I will. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Love it. Gene Stallings stopping by, former A&M coach. Of course, Alabama. Great job right there. Finding him for us on the sideline there, Angela. Nice job. Hey, let's kind of show you some more of those highlights we were just talking about right there, because I tell you, Wiley has looked impressive here in the first half. They've jumped out now to the 17-7 lead. I think that they've kind of surprised a few folks here in Argyle.
Well, maybe a few folks in Argyle, but no one back in Abilene. I mean, everyone knows that Wiley's been as consistent as death and taxes, and Hugh Sandifer's mustache, and they've got so much balance, and like I said, they just don't beat themselves. Yeah. And when Argyle was making some mistakes early, and obviously Abilene Wiley threw that bad interception, other than that, they've just been rock steady. There's obviously the field goal they just kicked, and then, you know, Abilene Wiley dropping back under center. And I think this was that interception. Yeah, that's that pickoff right there.
Yeah, that was the pickoff, but Argyle did not score on that particular possession, and it's been kind of a game of miscues for Argyle. You know, they've got a new quarterback under center. They're trying to kind of find themselves here. This ball picked off and returned. So really, it's been a lot about that Wiley defense as well, and that's led to some big points for them on the offensive side of the ball. Here's the touchdown.
That little play action touchdown. Oh, no, this was the run touchdown. They had a play action earlier, but actually that's a great point. They ran a variant of their last touchdown, that small pass out into the flat. This time they go for that right up the gut handoff. The defense is still adjusting. That's Hugh Sandifer, just a really good coach who gets what it means to score and move the offense around.
Yeah, Garrett Martin with the touchdown right there. 17-7. Wiley leading this one. We'll update much more for you. We'll take a quick break. We'll be in East Texas in just a few minutes. Stick around, folks. The Blitz rolls on from here at Argyle.
Damn. I bet you I know what's going on. It's pulling only things that are hashtag Football Friday. Can it pull anything that has from my actual account at DCTF? That's just it. It's twitter.com/DCTF. That's my account. There's got to be a way to pull everything that I actually tweet from my desk. There's got to be a way to do that. I promise you it's pulling everything that's hashtag Football Friday. That's exactly what it's doing.
What'd you say the score was in that Lufkin?
21-0, Tyler.
Tyler.
Hey, Suzanne, get some water. Is there a setting that y'all can adjust on what it pulls from? There's got to be a way to pull my stuff straight from the handle.
Sure, I'll take one. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that make sense what I'm saying, Jeff?
Welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. It's the Blitz. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you. Angela Heyman on the sidelines, hanging out with people like Gene Stallings, you know. Just
man, celebrity sighting just wandering into Argyle's Eagle Stadium. It's incredible.
You got to love it. All right. Wiley up 17-7 here over Argyle. It's halftime. But let's go out to East Texas and talk a little East Texas football.
That's right. First score up to – actually, I'm gonna shelve it until we get to the game. But there's a big East Texas score update we want to show you. Let's start with the top 5, however. Longview opens up on top, 5A. They will play Coppell tomorrow, and then we will see Longview in a couple weeks when they travel out to Lufkin. John Tyler comes in at number 2, and that is the big score update we want to give you. So much offense out there. We'll talk about them in a minute. White House comes in at number 3, another 4A team, another very good offense. Dylan Cantrell, a super talented wide receiver. Tyler Lee, a 5A team, slots in behind those two 4As because they're just so good offensively. And then Carthage, who's just about as good as a 4A team, honestly. 3A, they come in and they start at number 5. And I tell you what, some people liked Carthage even better than Stephenville to start the season in 3A, which was not my opinion, but there's a lot of people out there that really like Carthage.
Man, there's some good football teams in 3A all over the state, isn't there?
Oh, I mean, I tell you what, 3A is as stacked as it's ever been. And I tell you what, let's actually go ahead and take a look at that Lufkin-John Tyler game. I'll let Bill Coates on the radio tell the story of how we got here, but I can tell you that John Tyler is up over Lufkin 21-7 early on. Let's go to Bill Coates.
(21-7) right now. John Tyler leading that one over Lufkin. We'll check out with Bill Coates here in just a little bit. But interesting matchup there. How about ARP and Tatum? I mean, this is we talked about these two teams. Of course, Tatum year in and year out, one of the top teams in East Texas.
Well, you can say the same thing for ARP. Tatum's obviously in Division I. ARP starts in Division II, but they've both got a really talented kid that they can lean on a lot. Tatum's got linebacker Keanu Lucas, who I think is the best defensive player in all of Class 2A, and that's saying something with how much talent is there. But ARP, they counter with Michael Roberson. Really good running back, really good wide receiver, really good safety, kind of your do-it-all grab bag guy, and ARP always seems to have that one really good athlete. But they've got him again. This game has been neck and neck the whole way, a lot of big plays. Last time I checked, Tatum was winning in the second quarter.
Okay, Marshall at Kilgore. There's an interesting matchup.
Well, it's interesting for a lot of reasons, really. I mean, these are two traditional East Texas teams. They know so much about each other. The communities know so much about each other. But Kilgore is dropping down to 3A this year, and that's just after a deep playoff run in 4A last year. So it's really interesting to see how they handle that adjustment. Marshall, on the other hand, not quite such smooth sailing over the past couple seasons, especially last year. They struggled, and so we'll have to see early on how they adjust to the struggles of last year and what kind of kids can step up and be a factor. But at least as far as week 0 goes, at the start of the night, Kilgore was going to be the one everyone considered the favorite, regardless of what class they were in.
Well, in Chapel Hill, some new household names there, but they're at Lindale tonight.
And Lindale moves back up to 4A after playing in 3A the last 2 seasons. Chapel Hill stays down in 3A. They won a state title last year, but like you said, losing a lot of kids. Not really sure who's going to step up and be the stars, and Lindale was winning this game early. Let's actually take a look at some of the guys that Chapel Hill has lost over the offseason, and it starts with fullback the guys who they have coming back as stars this year. Trey Allen is where you start at fullback, 231 yards and 6 touchdowns rushing last year. He has a chance to be a big power back for them. Quarterback Andrew Black transfers in from Jacksonville. That's going to be a big get for them because they graduated Andrew Sains, their quarterback from last year. You got to love safety Joseph Clark, 139 tackles last year, probably their best overall defensive back coming back. And then linebacker Wesley Thompson with 95 tackles last year, another great defensive talent.
All right, let's go ahead and check in real quick with Angela down on the field. Let's get a quick update. Angela?
Hey guys, well, I'm here for the Fred Loya Insurance Quote of the Night at halftime with Coach Rogers for the Argyle Eagles. Coach, you're a little lacking on offense right now. I noticed that Nick Ralston had a lot of touches tonight. Are you looking to get the ball in his hands more and make something happen?
Yeah, he's our bell cow. You know, we think we can be good if he's touching the ball. We just hadn't got clicking yet. I think it's just because we have so much inexperience right now, but we're going to talk to him at halftime, and we're pretty good at halftime coming out and making second half adjustments.
Anything in particular you're going to tell him at halftime to help him come out and play a little stronger in the second half?
Well, we may have to pare down the playbook and run a few plays and just make sure we run those correctly. And I think if we can establish a drive and put the ball in the end zone, I think that'll energize the defense, and we'll see how it turns out.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Angela. We do appreciate that. Lufkin and John Tyler. Let's check back in with Mr. Coates. Bill Coates there with the radio, 21-7.
Punt team. And so that'll cost him 5. So now it's 4th and 24. And Diaz will be punting out of his own end zone. Lufkin stands to get very good field position out of this. And keep in mind that the Panthers came from behind to beat John Tyler last year at Abe Martin Stadium. So 4 yards deep this time, Diaz to stand. It's a good snap. Here comes the rush. Diaz gets it out of there. It's a line drive kick. It'll bounce at the 46 and be taken by Taylor at the 36. Upfield. Jukes a tackler to the 45-yard line and is tackled there by several JT Lions, including number 44 for John Tyler, Darius Amy, on special teams. But a short field to work with for Lufkin there at their own 45-yard line. They've got 3 timeouts and 2 minutes and 48 seconds to play. So there's plenty of time for Stubblefield and company to do something with the football. And if they do, they take a ton of momentum into the locker room.
Well, still pretty good job by Diaz. Lufkin didn't get the field position I thought they would get, and probably didn't get what they thought, but still pretty good starting field position.
1st down and 10 at the 45-yard line. 3 receivers split to the left and 1 to the right. Stubblefield out of the shotgun throws the bubble screen left over the head of Coutey, and they have to chase it to make sure it's not a backward pass. It goes out of bounds at the 40-yard line, and I think Lufkin still has the ball, but that was a fumble.
All right, that score is still 21-7. John Tyler over Lufkin. Greg Ward at 200 yards passing pretty much already in the first half. It's incredible. A couple other updates to offer. We mentioned Tatum and Arp. Tatum is up right now 22-6 right before halftime over Arp. And then how about this for a number for you, Jeff? We talked about Katie and Klein. Katie right now 303 yards. Klein has 12 in the first half. Katie is just absolutely going nuts right now. Really talented team.
I just had someone tweet me 24-0 Lake Travis leading Converse Judson right now.
That's a really good football team.
And that game being played down in San Antonio too at Converse Judson. So interesting stuff right there. But East Texas, any other final thoughts? Watch list?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the big storylines out in East Texas this year. And I think you got to start with Longview, where Coach King there says this may be one of his best ever defenses, one of his best ever teams as a whole, and maybe the best Longview team since, heck, I don't even know how long it's been since they've had one that's quite this good. They're definitely a title favorite. We just mentioned John Tyler quarterback Greg Ward, who's almost at 200 yards passing. Last year, he was right at 70% completions for the season, which is absurd for a high school kid. I wonder if he can get to 75 this year as a senior, which would be amazing. Let's talk about 16-3A, the District of Doom. It's got, obviously the toughest district in the state, I think, with so many talented teams. And then storyline number 4 is Kilgore dropping down to it from Class 4A down to 3A. And then a big story out of Carthage is the transfer defensive end Isaiah Golden, who comes in from Elysian Fields. One of the best defensive ends in the state, definitely in the top 5 or 6. One of the best defensive linemen as a whole in the state. And when he transferred to Carthage in the offseason, sure, it was a big loss for Elysian Fields, but it's a big get for Carthage. They were good already, and he's just going to make them all the better, Jeff.
And he's already got the perfect name, Isaiah Golden.
Isaiah Golden. Yeah, I know. It's just Isaiah Winner. Let's just go ahead and just call it what it is. He's a really talented kid. Carthage as a whole is very good as well.
So that's East Texas for you. And again, we'll have highlights throughout the night. They'll start rolling in here as this game is just now going to halftime here behind us with Wiley leading this one 17-7 over Argyle. And then we're going to take you out to, I believe, El Paso coming coming up here right after the break.
I would love that. Let's take it way out west from where we just were.
From east to west. Fox Football Friday continuing from right here in North Texas. We'll be right back. Joe Fan, all right. I want to start getting some highlights. My people need to start calling me.
That's fine.
Okay. I haven't had an email since 6:45. That bothers me.
Jeff, can you hear me? The Argyle band, a few of the members are going to come down here after halftime if we want to do the academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wiley High School is proud
Yeah, we'll do that. Do that first.
The band is directed by Mike Learning, Luke Miller, Edie Learning, Jason Ott, and Hillary McIntyre.
Don't say real.
They're the academy team behind the team.
Oh. Might do academy team behind the team.
Just remember, Bud.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
I'm the helpful principal. Thanks for being here.
What's that? You cut off. I lost you.
I'm sure you meet a lot of people, right?
It's going to the high school principal, Jeff Butts.
I'm sorry?
JEFFBUTTS.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Hey, Jeff, let's start with me on the keys to the game, and I'll toss down to Angela.
Are we going to do this?
Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grill. Try one today.
Of Wendy's, I present this $500 check to...
Alrighty, welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, and Angela Heyman down on the sidelines with us. And what you got there, Travis?
I'm talking about Wendy's and making me hungry. Talking about all those products. We don't get dinner out here at the desk, but let's talk about the Wendy's keys to the games that we talked about a little bit in the live show in the first 30 minutes. Let's start up at the top with Ian Sadler. I mean, he's obviously a great player, but we haven't heard much from him tonight from the Argyle sideline, and Abilene Wiley's up. I think that's a factor. They've managed to take him out of the game. The mustache knows, the Wiley old Hugh Sandiford, the as good a crafty a coach as you're going to find, and I think it showed tonight. He's had these kids ready to play, even some of the young ones. He's had a great game plan, directly resulted in at least one touchdown with the way he schemed his touchdown plays in the red zone. Argyle's quarterback play has been a factor. You know, their quarterback's given up a fumble so far and an interception. It's not his fault. He's young, but I mean, when a young quarterback, that's going to happen. And then surviving the unknown. So far, it's been Wiley that's been able to put up with all the changes and differences and new kids that they have on the field after graduation hit them hard.
Hey, let's check in with the third member of our broadcast team, Angela, who's got a check presentation with Wendy's. Angela?
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm here with Argyle principal Jeff Butts. And, you know, Wendy's believes that a real key to success starts with a good education. And like Argyle High School, Wendy's also believes in success in the classroom and on the field. So on behalf of Wendy's, I want to present this $500 check to Argyle High School. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, good stuff right there, and that'll buy you a lot of hamburgers.
I could take a $500 check.
Hey, El Paso, it's a different, time zone. I mean, enough said. You got to West Texas.
Yeah,
they get started at, it's 8 o'clock actually. They get started out there, but technically they're an hour ahead of us, or behind us. But anyways, good football out there.
Yeah, and it's good football, but it's also a little bit different this year. There's a lot of big changes for a lot of schools. We'll talk about some of those in a minute. But let's start with the regional top 5, which I think it's a pretty good top 5, pretty balanced. Montwood starts out on top. They've got a very big game tonight against Odessa Permian. They were winning that one earlier. Franklin comes in at number 2, and I tell you, there's not much separation between between Montwood and Franklin, two very good teams. Chapin down in 4A comes in at number 3, followed close behind by Americas, which I think has a lot to prove after graduating running back Jack Fields to Boise State in the offseason. And then Del Valle comes in at 4A at the number 5 spot. And, you know, a lot of these teams aren't going to get talked about in a statewide fashion. A lot of these teams aren't going to get talked about as super strong playoff contenders. But again, it's kind of like the Valley teams. I don't think they're that far off. You know, a couple of these El Paso teams like Montwood and a few other ones, they've been right there in some of these playoff games. They've got potential, and if they can go off in these early weeks and beat some of these Permian Basin teams, there's a lot of talent out there.
I mean, think about it. You got the number 1 team in El Paso, number 1 team in the Permian Basin, and they're doing battle tonight. Odessa, Permian, and Montwood.
Good. Mix them up.
Good segue.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about Permian and Montwood a little bit. We obviously know that Permian, I mentioned them earlier, has probably got the best overall player in running back Jorian Wilson. And let's check out just how that matchup has played out as we check in with Joe Fan, who's out this game. Joe, you're an El Paso voice, an El Paso legend. Tell me what you've seen so far in this game.
Well, right now we're 10:29 left before halftime, and Permian has come back after trailing 7-0, and now they lead us by a score of 14-7 over Montwood. Montwood scored on their first possession on a 21-yard pass to Warren Reddick from Wesley Myers, and then it was all set up by Reddick, who returned a 37-yard punt to put Montwood ahead 7-0 with 10 minutes left in the first quarter. And then after that, it's an all-Permian 18-yard quarterback run by Jack Wilkins with 3:56 left in that first quarter. And then an interception by Clay Adams set up the next touchdown to put him ahead. And that one was by Jorian Wilson, a 5-yard run. And Montwood has fumbled the ball, but Permian has been moving backwards thanks to fumbles. And right now they have the ball inside the Montwood 35-yard line with 9:30 left in the first half. And the Rams 14.
All right, thanks, Joe. We appreciate the update. It looks like that Odessa Permian's flipped the script, and you know Montwood may have a struggle this week because their starting quarterback Angel Garcia was suspended for 2 games for some stuff in the offseason, so he'll be back later in the year. But for these first 2 weeks, Montwood's going to have to make some adjustments.
That's an interesting game. We'll keep you posted on that one all night long. Hey, Franklin at San Angelo Central. This game being played over in Midland.
And Franklin had a great season last year. Again, we talked about some of these El Paso teams slipping under the radar, but Franklin was fantastic last year. But I tell you what, it's pretty tough to match up San Angelo Central storyline last year. San Angelo Central has got a great history, one of the better teams in the state for decades, early in Texas high school football consciousness history, I guess you could call it. But over the past decade, it's been tough. Last year, things really turned around for them. Got great quarterback play, got great coaching, and if they can continue that into this year, they'll be the favorite against Franklin. And they'll actually be one of the regional favorites too, if you can think about that. Franklin, though, counters with an uncommonly large offensive line, really big for any team, but especially for an El Paso team.
How about Andres at Hanks? Interesting matchup there in El Paso.
Well, we've talked about change in the El Paso area, Jeff, and these two teams are really at the forefront of that as Hanks moves from 5A to 4A, and Andres bids goodbye to a super talented coach in Alan Sepkowitz, who's been at Andres for 47 years. I think we have a graphic on that. We'll pull it up maybe here in just a second. 47 years at Andres, 36 years as the school's head coach, moved on in the offseason. Big change for Andres.
Yeah, Chapin at Las Cruces in New Mexico as well.
Well, it seems weird for a Texas team to be playing a New Mexico team, but a lot of these El Paso squads do that because, I mean, honestly, Jeff, they're a lot closer than some of the Texas teams. But Las Cruces, they've had a pretty good team there in and out. New Mexico's had some good squads as of late, and I think they put up a good challenge for the El Paso team.
Hey, a couple of the scores to throw in. Cinco Ranch leading 14-0 at the half over Cy Ranch, and also Big Spring up 42-0 in the second quarter. Tannehill, 4 touchdowns already.
Wow. Now maybe it runs in the family. Older Tannehill's obviously playing in the NFL, starting for the Dolphins. Younger Tannehill taking some time to make a name known for himself as well. Let's look at some of the big storylines down in the El Paso area as well. I think it kind of starts, honestly, with Burgess running back Aaron Jones, who's the 4A cover boy in the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Had a monster year last year, very good last night, and realistically a top-tier college talent. We talked about Don Brooks moving on at Coronado. We talked about Alan Sepkowitz moving on at Andres. Both of those guys have to be there in your top storylines. Hanks moving down to 4A. We talked about that as well. And then the fifth one, I mean, it's kind of buried a little bit, but I think it really matters to El Paso fans is there a title team in here? How long do we have to wait? We talk about the Valley having one state champion in history, Donna. Well, guess what? El Paso's never had a public school champion, ever, in the entire history of Texas high school football. So fans there have been waiting a long time. Media guys have been waiting for a long time. If someone steps up and is a hero this year, it'd be a surprise. I'd love to see it, though.
All righty, good stuff. Hey, coming up next, we're going to come back up here to the North Texas area. And plus, we got some highlights rolling in. I just saw it. We got some highlights coming in from the greater Houston area. We'll talk about that when Fox Football Friday continues from right here in Argyle, where Wiley leads at 17-7 as we're getting ready to start the third quarter. Back in a moment. Go Ranch leading Cy Ranch. Robert Lake just sent us some highlights. Scott, I sent them to you, by the way. About time we get some highlights in. I'm starting to think my email wasn't working. He said it's about, he should be sending it any minute. It's rendering right now. Let me just double check. I'm trying to see if anybody else has sent anything. I'm going to also let Jim Lanning know we need those Cedar Park Westlake highlights.
Yeah, we need something. We're a little dry on highlights right now.
I'm just going to ask him how it's coming. Oh.
Oh, make my knees pop. Oh.
Okay. I never got a roster for Wiley. Do we know if I can get, can someone get us a roster?
Didn't get one either.
I have one in my email. I'll email it to you right now.
Okay, good. There you go. Thank you.
You're doing good down there, Ange.
Yeah, keep it up.
Thanks.
We expect more Gene Stallings-like interviews. And welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. What do you say we get a quick scoring update, maybe some highlights from the Academy Sports Desk? Let's check in with Rick Renner. I know he's got some highlights for us. What do you think? Rick, what do you have? Rick, do you hear us? Okay, we'll check back with Rick in just a moment. Oh. DeSoto and Martin, huh? Maybe. Hey, Jeff, our monitor's not working. Not working. So we can't see when we're on or not. So the music is good. When we're not on, you know, put that music up in our ears. That's good. That lets us know we're not on.
Well, we can't see highlight packages coming in either, and we can't see graphics. Yeah. So I don't really know. She knows.
She knows.
She hasn't been able to fix it. Yeah.
We tried the power button.
I tried that. Yeah. Goodness here, hold on. It's got to sit on this clip over here.
Oh, I see.
Ouch.
Where is that power strip? Let me check down here. Yeah, real quick. Ouch. Popped.
Oh, there it goes.
Nope, we got it. We got it. Good. Whatever you did, you got it. You got it, Suzanne. Good job.
Whatever female voice just suggested that, I'm going to send you a cookie bouquet.
Yes, thank you. It's always our fault.
Will you settle down in there? Yeah, you can blame it on him. That's fine. Okay. That's different.
It's my size 13 Reeboks, baby.
All right, we're almost done for the night, right?
Just getting started.
Why is it all quiet?
Yeah. Can we hear Rick? Can't, actually. Oh, Keith Ford ejected in this game.
What?
Keith Ford ejected.
Oh, make mention of that. That's
that's
a little surprising.
Yeah, the problem is, will the cord reach? Yeah, he's coming out of the other end. Yeah, their locker room is all the way on the other side. All right. I don't really know what he looks like. I guess I should look for the big mustache.
He'll have a Wiley hat.
He's also very tall.
Yeah, he's tall. Mustache.
Okay.
He probably looks happy.
Burt Reynolds. Look for Burt Reynolds.
Doesn't look like Burt Reynolds.
I'm looking for my highlights that I just sent. Here we go. Okay.
Woo, get mosquitoes out here.
Robert usually sends me some plays. Okay. All righty, thanks a lot, Rick. We do appreciate that. Fox Football Friday right here. Of course, Wiley leading Argyle 17-7. Bit of a shock right here as we start the third quarter.
Oh, I don't know, maybe. I mean, I think it was a toss-up to begin with. If anything, I'm shocked that it's a 10-point margin. We're going to talk about this game and see a little bit of the highlights, I guess, right about now.
Hey, let's go ahead and do it. What do you say? Yeah, early highlights here. Argyle on the move right here. Here was one of their early touchdowns. This actually put Argyle up 7-3, but back came Wiley. Look at the stiff arm right there.
That's
Not
great.
once, but twice. How about 3 times? Oh, man.
Good tackle. Ouch. Now, here's that play-action touchdown we talked about earlier, a little fake, and then a throw out into the flat. I believe that was
Garrett Martin.
Yeah, that made it 10-7. And then obviously the interception here from Argyle's quarterback put Abilene Wiley in great position for another score. They're going to have this ball in the red zone, and then the variant of that play action, you're going to see that up the gut run. That's going to be their second touchdown of the night. And Jeff, that's how we got 17-7.
Yeah, 17-7 right now. Wiley on top on the road, taking it to Argyle here at Eagle Stadium. Some impressive stuff right there so far from Wiley. All right, let's go ahead and talk about North Texas and the football that's in this region. It's loaded as usual.
Well, showing the fluidity of Texas high school football, Denton Geyer, our top team in North Texas. Well, Jeff, they lost last night. But I didn't want to change the rankings. I wanted to leave it to reflect what we had in the preseason. They lost to Cedar Hill. Denton Ryan is in action against Corsicana tonight, also very talented. Oddly, Denton Geyer drops from 5A to 4A. Ryan does the exact opposite. They go from 4A to 5A. Wichita Falls Rider, they're locked up in a really good one right now with Abilene Cooper tied at 21 at halftime. Prosper jumps up to 4A, and they were winning big earlier. And then Sherman, also in 4A, clocks in right behind him. I tell you what, they got 2 really good wide receivers. We're going to talk about them here in just a minute.
Hey, we're going to be at that Battle of the Axe later this year, Sherman and
wow,
Denison.
look at this. Offensive problems continue to plague Denton Ryan over the past couple seasons, and no one was really sure what we were going to get out of Corsicana because they had a 3,000-yard rushing back last year in Cameron Washington. He graduated. They replaced him with Deontay Bell, a really talented quarterback, but when you lose a 3,000-yard rusher, you don't really know what you're going to get. But I tell you what, 22-0 in the second quarter over Denton Ryan. I think Deontay Bell probably has a hand in this.
How about Windthorst that Monday? Look at this Monday at 42-0.
Man, I tell you what, Windthorst is a really good team. 1A Division II, really good football. Actually, I believe they're Division I now. Really good football team. But Monday with DePaul at quarterback and all the talent speed he's got around him, I'm not sure anyone's going to beat Monday all year.
Yeah,
they're really good.
In that state championship game last year, of course. Sherman at Little Elm in a nice game right here. Sherman up 21-14 in the second quarter.
Look at Little Elm hanging tough. I mean, Sherman's really good offensively, but Little Elm's got a good quarterback, a good running back. But I thought these 2 wide receivers for Sherman, let's go ahead and talk about them right now. I thought these guys were going to be the difference maker in this game. Joseph Harvey, 5'11", 180. He had 46 catches for $150 and 10 touchdowns last year in the receiving game. And then J.T. Looper, 5'11", 170, a senior, 48 catches, 900 yards, 9 touchdowns. That's twin terrors. And let's also not forget that Sherman was exceptional in 7-on-7 play in the offseason. Not necessarily an indicator of success in 11-man, but shucks, doesn't hurt. And 2 kids like that, they can play really good football. I bet you they'll heard from before the evening's over.
Some other big games we're watching out for here in Week 0, Nakona at White Wright.
Well, we heard, obviously, Rick Renner talk about primetime town earlier in the show, and that would be Tyrone Swoops, the quarterback at Whitewright. He's the second all-time leading rusher in a single game in Texas high school history. He did it last year. And Nokona's in for a tough run against Whitewright because you know Swoops is going to put up the points, but I think there's a Whitewright defense there that can be had.
How about a really good matchup on Saturday? Salina and Melissa. You're talking about the storied program of Salina taking on a Melissa team in the state championship, of course, last year. Salina, of course, with the 8 state championships overall. I mean, only South Lake Carroll is tied with them with 8 overall.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of a you must protect this house thing because
Yes.
Salina is a long-term 3A program, and Melissa won a state title in 2A Division I last year. They jump up to 3A, and now Salina has to be the first one to welcome them to the house and say, hey, you're not the big kid on the block here. We can play with you guys. And I think Salina, with a really talented quarterback in Nathan Elliott, a sophomore, I think he's got a great opportunity to have a big season. And not only that, we haven't even gotten to Jake Rawlerson, who's their super team offensive lineman out there at Salina. If you're tired of hearing about Salina in Class 3A, sorry, you're probably going to have to sit this one out because you're probably going to be pretty good again.
Let's talk about those top 5 North Texas, kind of like a recap, the storylines here. I mean, obviously Tyrone Swoops kind of comes to mind right away with Whitewright.
That's pretty tough to go anywhere other than him because, I mean, he's considered a top 25 recruit in the country, and some say he's the best in the entire state of Texas. We said he's the best offensive player in Texas.
He's got Cheryl's genes in him. Hey.
He's got a lot of things going for him. He's a really talented kid, really nice kid, too. Geyer starts his 4A's top team. Well, we can relegate that storyline because, like I said, they lost last night. Ryan's jumped back to Class 5A, and that's not starting off well for him because they're losing 22-0 to Corsicana right now. Skilled Monday quarterback DePaul, well, we've already seen what he's capable of because they're putting a hurting on Windthorst right now, and he has a chance to be arguably the most prolific player in Texas high school, the entire state this year. And then Melissa winning in Class 3A. They're starting off with Salina, but even if they lose to Salina or they beat them, doesn't matter. They still may have a very successful season in Class 3A. The question is, can they win another state title like they did in 2A last year?
And you think about all the teams that are in 3A now. You got Stephenville, Lamar, of course, they'll be over in the Division 1.
That is just a run of bear traps in a narrow hallway. There's almost no way you can get around them. It's a tough field, and we'll see how Melissa can handle it.
Is that coach speak right there?
I don't know, I guess. I just made it up on the spot. Does that make me a coach?
I like it. I like it. Hey, let's check in with Angela right now, who's with Hugh Sandifer. Angela?
Hey guys, well I'm standing here with Coach Sandifer right now. Coach, you're up 17-7 at halftime. What did you say to your players in the locker room to keep up the great offense in the second half?
Well, we just got to keep playing hard. We played pretty clean the first half. We just got to keep the intensity up. We know they're going to fight back. This thing's not over. We just challenge them to win this half and put ourselves in a position to be great.
Absolutely. You guys traveled with a pretty good crowd tonight. You think that's helping your team?
Oh, there's no doubt. Our band's awesome. Our fans are here, so we just got to finish the deal.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, Angela, we do appreciate that. Hugh Sandifer working that mustache, and he's got the gel going in the hair. He's looking good down there.
Why are we talking so much about Hugh Sandifer's fashion sense tonight? But you know
You're
what?
the one that brought up the mustache.
That was my fault. I guess you're right. But the product he's put on the field has been impressive tonight. I love the way their offense has played so far. Very controlled, very tactical. I like that a lot. And remember, Abilene Wiley just 2008 was in a state semifinal against Prosper. They lost in an overtime game, one of the best games I've ever seen. A week later, Prosper won a state title. So Abilene was literally points away from being title caliber. They've won one before with Hugh Sandifer. You're not looking at just any 3A team. Same with Argyle, but you're not looking at any just 3A team back there. A lot of talent on that field.
And, of course, you know, Wiley, without a doubt, showing up tonight, up big 17-7. Let's take a look at some other scores. Keller trailing Prosper right now, 39-21. Look at the points being scored. I'm sure that Torrey Hunter and the entire Hunter group is doing quite well.
Get used to big scores at Prosper. That's the way it's going to be. Frisco Centennial gets out to a good start against Denison, 17-0 in the second quarter. That Frisco area is blown up right now. They're going to have lots of talent for years to come.
Ryder and Abilene Cooper, very interesting matchup, 21-all. We might be checking in with KTXS later in this broadcast, but interesting game there, close. Gainesville up on Burke Burnett as well.
And JT Barrett, quarterback of Wichita Falls Riders, one of the best in the state, but Gainesville's been ahead of Burke Burnett the whole night. It's going to be up to Burke Burnett to turn something around in the second half.
Yeah, big games and highlights starting to roll in now, too. We're going to get to all that coming up here on Fox Football Friday. We're going to take a look at that San Antonio area and much more. And the third quarter is about to kick off on this one. Don't forget, we can't show you live highlights, but we'll do the next best thing.
It's pretty close.
Get them to you right after they happen. Fox Football Friday continues in a moment. KTXS. Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. It's the Blitz. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman on the sideline. Right now, Wiley leading Argyle 17-7. We're just underway in the third quarter. We'll actually have more with Hugh Sandifer coming up in the next segment. A nice little story on him. Okay, I have to drop in a big score update that literally just caused me to freak out in the break just now. North Shore leading Clear Springs 47-0 right now. I am shocked by that. I mean, we knew North Shore was going to be good. We thought Clear Springs was going to be pretty good, and I still think they will be. But I think North Shore celebrating not having to play Katy in the opening week for the first time in a couple years is celebrating in a big way. 47-0 North Shore. Oh, okay, San Antonio area. Top team you want to talk about? Probably Cibolo Steel, wouldn't you say? Well, I would say that's probably reasonable. Cibolo Steel at San Antonio Madison tonight. Steel was winning 7-0 early on. We'll talk to Lauren Chan here in just a little bit about his breakdown of the game. San Antonio Madison comes in at second in our top five. Converse Judson, they're getting beat up pretty bad by Lake Travis tonight, but hey, I think it's okay to lose to a five-time straight champion. You don't want to, but you can at least explain it away probably. San Antonio Reagan in Class 5A comes in at number 4, but Smithson Valley is going to make a pretty good case because they were up big tonight on San Antonio Brandeis early on. They're in at number 5, but they could be moving on up in just a couple of weeks. Moving on up. Well, Cibolo Steel and San Antonio Madison, that's where we all got started last year. Of course, Steel up now 24-0 in the third quarter. And you might remember Madison kind of got up to a slow start last year and then picked things up in the postseason and really turned it up a notch. But Steel strutting their stuff right now. I can't explain the score. I'm going to have to go to someone who can explain it to me. I believe we have Lauren Chan joining us with the San Antonio Express News. Probably the best at San Antonio Sports News. Lauren Chan, please tell me, how did we get to 24-0?
The Steel's been dominant on the defensive line so far, and it's really just been Justin Stockton on offense. He ran for 148 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half. That 148 and 3 is ridiculous, but I have to ask this question. Madison's got 2 great running backs, Galen McAllister and Marquise Warford. What's happened? It's just not been their night so far? You know, they're stuck in the backfield every single time. In the first half, they combined for 48 yards on 17 carries. Warford just got going, and he just scored a touchdown, so it's 24-7 now with 7 minutes left. Now, Lauren, I know you're the busiest man in South Texas. I'm asking one more, and I'm going to let you go. We knew Tommy Armstrong was obviously the star quarterback at Steel last year, but he's moved on. Who's under center now, and how has he looked so far? That's Braylon McCullum. He's 3 or 4 passing. They haven't really needed to use him, but he's a very different type of passer. Yeah, Tommy Armstrong is actually chatting with us live following our scores from Nebraska. But, wow. But yeah, Braylon McCullum is just hanging out, and he's all he has to do is hand off to Justin Stockton right now. Man, heck, I could do that job. Put pads on me. Lauren, thanks, buddy, and have a good night. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Lauren. All right. Interesting, though, but wouldn't you say these two teams, obviously top 2 teams, and good to see Madison. They just scored, as Lauren mentioned there. It's now 24-7, so Madison, probably knowing they were on TV, decided to score. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you look at the way these games have played out over the past couple years when they faced off, and they've been very close. Last year, Steel won 35-28. Madison won the year before that 28-23, and they've both been so talented. Steel's put out 10 FBS/Division I, whatever you want to call it, 10 of those since 2009. Madison's had 5 of them. That's 15 FBS kids over the past 3 years combined between these two schools. But
But so far, Steele is flexing a big old muscle, and Mike Jinks, the head coach at Steele, just knows how to win ball games. He knows how to play good high school football. He's a Converse Judson product. We shouldn't be surprised that it's a lot of running game and defense right now.
Hey, you know, Mike Jinks was the coach of the South All-Stars against Hugh Sandifer, who was the coach of the North All-Stars in the Texas High School Coaches Association.
I wouldn't bring that up to Mike Jinks. Didn't go their way that.
Well, Lake Travis at Converse Judson. I mean, this is a game that is, I think it surprised me. I mean, I know Lake Travis is good. I mean, I live in that Austin area. 24-0.
Wow.
Lake Travis now 31-7 over Converse Judson. They're doing this down in the San Antonio area.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little surprised, too. Not that Lake Travis won. I picked them to win, but 31-7 was never in the stars in my mind. I'm shocked by that. But Judson is inheriting a new head coach this year. They went to Coach Mark Smith. They brought him from Kerrville-Tivy. So you knew there was going to be some changes, Jeff.
Let's go ahead and check in now with Jay Plotkin, who is the co-author of Drive to 5. Of course, Max Thompson, one of our former Skypers, also a co-author with that book. But Jay, tell us, first of all, how are they looking right now? Lake Travis, pretty impressive, huh?
Yeah, they've done what they wanted to do here in the first half. They lead 31-7. It was a lightning fast start on Judson's first possession. Hunter Sterling blocked a punt that gave Lake Travis the ball deep in Judson territory. Baker Mayfield hit Zach Austin for a touchdown on the first play, and it was off to the races.
All right, Jay, thanks so much for joining us tonight. We're going to check in back with you a little bit and get some more highlights from you later in the evening. Okay, Jeff, let's go ahead and cycle back down to Angela on the sideline. I think she has some news for us that we're probably going to want to hear.
I do, Travis. I am joined by part of the Argyle High School Marching Band. They are this week's Academy team behind the team, and I'll tell you why, because they are the two-time defending 3A state marching champions. They're going to be going for the three-peat, and they're going to defend their title this year in San Antonio in November. I think we should hear what they've got. What do you guys think? Go for it. They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Gotta love it. High school football, it's best. Hey, it's all about, you got the band, you got the football team, the cheerleaders. There's a lot that goes into high school football. The boosters.
And people have been tweeting me about bands all night long. Band fans are just as intense as football fans. Let's talk about a few other primary games going on in the South Texas, San Antonio area. We obviously just talked about Lake Travis and Judson. Let's cycle down to Smithson Valley at San Antonio Brandeis. Smithson Valley, one of the top 5 teams in San Antonio, we said before the segment started. I know Smithson Valley was up 14-0 pretty quick on Brandeis. They had 2 long touchdown runs, but Brandeis and Smithson Valley are both equitable in the way they run the ball. And it's actually eerily similar. Smithson Valley's Lawrence Madison and San Antonio Brandeis' Trenton Yinklin, 2 very good running backs. I think they both had like 297 and 303 carries last year, separated by like 6 carries on their season numbers. Yardage, they were both up over 1,900, separated by like 30 or 40 yards in the season. They were eerily similar, but they're different styles. Madison at Smithson Valley is a bruiser, and I would say Yinklin at Brandeis is more of a speed guy. Very talented. Even if this ends up going badly for Brandeis, they've still got a bright future ahead from 2012.
And we're going to get to see Smithson Valley later this year on Fox Football Friday. New Braunfels and Bernie Champion.
Well, New Braunfels and Bernie Champion, 2 very good teams. New Braunfels had a great history of defense as of late, but Bernie Champion's going to roll out something that every high school head coach wish he had, a big offensive line anchored by a big offensive lineman. In this case, offensive line Kyle McKinney at Bernie Champion. He's a big kid, really talented, and he can pace an entire offense. He can pace an entire running game for you.
Good stuff right there. And finally, San Antonio O'Connor, and Alamo Heights, the Mules.
Well, Alamo Heights is going through a big change right now because they're switching head coaches from Don Bird to Mike Normand, who is the first new head coach. Get this, Jeff. First new head coach at Alamo Heights in 17 years. It's a really long time to all of a sudden just change, but he was the offensive coordinator. So there's still some continuity coming through, but this game will be very interesting. You know, O'Connor's going to be your 5A team. They'll probably be favored by default, but I think Alamo Heights is going to be right with them.
Okay, so the storylines we're watching out for in the San Antonio area. How about Jim Streety's path to a title? I mean, Madison, they're behind the 8 ball right now, but that team will bounce back.
Well, I mean, he's a rare 300-game winner without a state title. I mean, how many times do you seen that? He's obviously a very talented coach, one of my favorites in the entire state. Can he win a state title this year? I'll be all over that. The search for a new River City running back. I mean, San Antonio has been blessed with great running backs for years. Malcolm Brown at Cibolo Steele, Aaron Green at San Antonio Madison. The list goes on and on. We're looking for the next guy to kind of inherit that crown and figure figure out who that is. Other big storyline, Smithson Valley moving up from 4A to 5A. And as I mentioned earlier, Coach Mark Smith coming from Kerrville-Tivy to Judson. Now, look, I'm not too worried about Lake Travis and Judson, especially not Judson right now, because we knew that was going to be a shift. We knew it was going to be a change going from run and defense-oriented Neil Rackley to passing and offense-oriented Mark Smith. I'm not worried about that transition. Give it a little time, Judson fans. That rocket will be flying again. You'll be fine.
And, you know, Mark Smith, he's real familiar with Lake Travis. He's played him a couple of times when he was over at Kerrville-Tivy.
You bet. He's told me about it.
And that UTSA effect also very interesting. So a lot to talk about there in that San Antonio area. The Big Country region is coming up. Plenty to get to out there. We're talking about the Tannehills, more with Hugh Sandifer, and a lot going on out in that area. Plus, we'll update this game. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's check in with Angela. Angela?
Hey guys, well, Abilene Wiley just had a chance to make a 21-yard field goal. They missed it, no good. They're giving Argyle some life. Let's see if they can turn it around and score some offensive points. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Angela. 17-7. Wiley still leading this one, and Argyle, they've got the ball back.
Well, sometimes you just need a break. You need a good bounce of the ball, and a missed field goal is a good momentum shift. And I guarantee you, Todd Rogers got his Argyle team around him and said, hey, look, they left the door open for you, and great teams, title-winning teams, they go through that door and they slam it shut. So you know Argyle's got to take advantage of that. They want to get back into this game and start controlling the pace, which is really when they're at their best.
Alrighty, coming up next on Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, will be the Big Country region, and much more to get to, including some highlights, when Fox Football Friday continues. And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Coverage coming from Argyle, where they are trailing right now 17-7 to Wiley. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart with you. And let's go back to that Big Country region and talk about some football. Let's begin with the Abilene schools.
Well, they call it Big Country for a region because it encompasses a lot of schools, but not many of them are at the 5A, 4A level, Jeff. But you're correct in saying that it all starts and finishes in Abilene with Abilene High and Abilene Cooper. And they both have big games tonight. Abilene is obviously taking on Hebron. Well, that's 3A. We'll get through the 5As first. 5A and 4A first. Abilene's got a big game against Hebron this week, and Cooper was tied up with Wichita Falls Rider at 21 at halftime. And then Stephenville clocks in at number 3 ahead of San Angelo Central, but with a score update we're about to give you, that may not be the case. San Angelo Central, a very talented 5A team, and then Brownwood comes up in the 5th spot in 3A.
Yeah, in fact, Abilene and Hebron. Let's go ahead and check out KZ. I believe that's QQ.
QQ.
Yeah, let's check in.
The double Q.
This, of course, 7-7 right now in the third quarter.
Ball football. Wortham trying to get around the left corner. Nate Kitley will upend him after he gets over the 10 down to the 9-yard line. He did one of those Deion Sanders tackles where he didn't use his arms. He used his shoulders, and it worked that time.
And it looks like they're actually going to mark it to the 8, so give Wortham 3 yards on the play, gives him 83 in the ball game. Big play coming up right now, 3rd down and 3 for Hebron from the Abilene High 8-yard line.
6:18, third quarter clock. Hebron Hawks break their huddle. They're going to send Morgan Stern and Hickman off to the right. Wing to the left. Movement on the line, no flag. Prophet takes a snap, gives. Wortham behind right guard, moves the football to about the line of scrimmage, and that's going to be about it.
And good job stacking it up in the middle that time was Miguel Espinoza. He and Tom Berry, the 2 sophomores on this defense. Wortham really looked gassed. He was down on one knee during the huddle before they came out. He stopped for no gain, and now it'll be a field goal try for the place kicker for Carlos, Joel Carlos, for the Hawks. This will be a 25-yard field goal try.
25-yard field goal attempt. There's the snap, the kick, going through the uprights at an angle, and it is good. Now with 5:23 left in the third period, the Hebron Hawks lead 10-7 over the Abilene Eagles. We'll be back with more Eagle football in a moment on Fox 1560 and AISD TV Cable, Channel 7.
Well, I'm glad they referenced Hebron running back Desmond Wortham in there because he's a very talented kid. He's been a big-time recruit for a couple years, but he's had a hard time staying healthy. And when you heard the play-by-play guy, I believe that was Al Pickett, saying that he was taking a knee during the huddle, he looked gassed, probably because he hasn't been able to see a full season in a couple years now. But if he does stay healthy for the whole year, that kid's money in the bank. He's really good, although Abilene's pretty talented themselves.
Hebron up 10-7. All right, Wichita Falls Rider at Abilene Cooper. Look at this. I've been interested in this one. A lot of scoring early on, 21-all. Good game.
Well, we've talked about J.T. Barrett, the quarterback of Wichita Falls Rider already, but let's talk about the new one for Abilene Cooper, Lorenzo Joe, who was an all-state wide receiver last year as a sophomore. He takes over at quarterback this year, already an early pledge to Texas, even though he's just starting his junior year, but all very talented kid.
Monterey Tech at Stephenville, and of course Monterey Tech out of Mexico. In fact, let's go ahead and check in and see how this game's going. We got someone here on the phone with us.
David Davis, actually. Now, David, I know Monterey Tech was up early. Give us an update on this game so far.
As we start the fourth quarter, the score is 20-10. Stephenville has scored 10 points here in the third quarter to climb back into this one. But Stephenville's had 2 key turnovers that led to a couple of Monterey Tech field goals. And Monterey Tech has simply been dominating. They're a smaller team, but they're very quick, they're very disciplined, and they've done a great job on both the O-line and the D-line of controlling the tempo of the game. Stephenville's in a fight for their life right now, down 20-10 here early on in the fourth quarter.
So it's Monterey Tech that's up 20-10. Tell me this. I know Stephenville's got so much talent, and they've been hyped so much in the offseason coming down from 4A. Are they just starting a little sluggishly, or is this rapidly improving Monterey Tech team we've seen so much the past couple years? Are they just better right now?
Well, if you look at the way the teams are playing on the field, you would think Stephenville was the team that made a 500-mile drive to come and play the ball game. They look sluggish. Monterey Tech does not look sluggish at all. And I think there's a number of things going on. Stephenville is a much-hyped team, but they lost a significant number of key contributors last year. They've got some key guys back, but, for example, their offensive line is almost entirely brand new this year, and that shows tonight early on.
Hey, David, real quick question. I know Nuevo Leon, another team from Mexico that usually plays these teams pretty tough, but Monterey Tech, these squads that come up from Mexico, they got the long journey. Give me your thoughts. I mean, the fact that they come up, play these teams from Texas, and give them a battle.
You know, these guys, of course, they recruit from all over the state of Mexico, the nation of Mexico. These are not just local kids that come and play. They're very talented athletes from all over the nation, and they are, again, are very disciplined. No one is big. No one is large size, but these guys play very disciplined ball. They look very good on the field, and they're playing Alito in Highland Park later on this year.
Okay, very good stuff. David Davis, we do appreciate it. And I think what David was talking about there, it's worth noting because these teams, they come up, they can kind of recruit from all over the country of Mexico, and they come up and they play some football. You better be ready for them.
Well, they were very close. One of them almost beat Round Rock Stony Point last year, which would have been a huge storyline considering Stony Point had been at that point to 3 straight state semifinals. Let's take one jump from Mexico to across the border for a quick score update. We talked about Harlingen. They're losing 30-0 right now in the third quarter to San Antonio Johnson. So we knew Harlingen was graduating a lot of talent. It's obviously going to take a little bit of an adjustment period for them.
Wow, that is a bit of a shock, no doubt about it. All right, how about some other games? Brownwood at Fort Worth All Saints.
That's an interesting one because kind of like Monahans and Midland Christian, it's a private school getting an opportunity to take a shot at a big-time public school, and as you can see, All Saints is delivering right now. Look, it's going to be a change for people. They're going to have to accept the fact that private schools are picking up great collegiate talent. There's just kids that are ready to play college ball that are joining these private schools, and All Saints is a prime example. They've got 3 kids, Jeff, who are going to play Division I or FBS, whatever you want to call it, going to play Division I football next year as freshmen in college. That's just impressive stuff, and Brownwood graduated a lot over the past couple years. We knew it was going to be a work in progress, but All Saints is really showing that they're made of sterner stuff.
And Winters at Mason.
Well, Mason is laying it pretty thick on Winters right now, and I think that's impressive because Mason graduated arguably their most famous player ever in David Mora, who was exceptional, was the nation's leader in rushing yards 2 years ago as a junior, ran for 5 touchdowns in a state title game victory last year, and we knew Winters was going to be good, but Mason, they're just a cut above. They're very talented, very good offensive line, very good defense. No matter what you want to find in a 1A team, the gem of Central Texas, they've got it.
Hey, I got a chance to meet up with Hugh Sandifer out in Abilene, of course, the head coach of Wiley. And I tell you what, there is something about that mustache. He's got it going on out there. He's been there forever. Here's the story.
Few head football coaches at the high school level can claim over 200 victories at one school. Abilene Wiley head coach Hugh Sandifer has earned 223 wins in 26 years as the head football coach of the Bulldogs. Sandifer was an assistant coach at Wiley the previous 7 years.
It has been my home. I just thought I'd be one of those coaches that coached here for a year and I'd be gone, and that was 1979, and now it's 2012 and I'm still here. So I've been very blessed to stay in one town and one school, and great administration, great school support.
Sandifer has guided 3 Wiley teams to the state championship game with a 2004 squad earning the 3A title behind quarterback Case Keenum, who had a stellar career at the University of Houston. Wiley says a great quarterback like Keenum makes his job much easier.
Well, Case was just a great young man. He was as good a young man as he was a football player, and he was a really good football player. He made me look really good. He made me look smart when he could run himself out of some bad plays. But Case was a student of the game. He was a great leader on and off the field, and his success at Houston, who could have predicted that? But it doesn't surprise me. He's just a winner, and he was in every sense of the word when he played for us, led us to a state title as a junior, put us on his back his senior year, led us to the quarterfinals that year, and semifinals as a sophomore. So he had a lot of wins and a lot of big wins when he was at Wiley.
This will be Hugh Sandifer's 34th year here at Wiley, 27th as the head coach. He was recently inducted to the Texas High School Coaches Association's Hall of Honor. He was quite pleased, to say the least.
Well, I'm not going to lie. It was a great week, and I was very honored, and believe me, I was very humbled by that because there's such great names in that Hall of Honor. And I looked at the list of coaches that have been the head coach in that game, and it just blows you away. We have a very experienced staff that has coached a long time, so we have a great appreciation for the game of football, but also for the history of the Texas High School Coaches Association. And for us to be a part of that was really special. And for me, kind of in my hometown, to be inducted in the Hall of Honor and a lot of family being able to be there, it meant a whole lot to me.
A bunch of kids look up to Coach Sandifer, and I mean, all of us look up to Coach Sandifer, and he counts on the seniors to bring some leadership too, but it's mainly him. And on the field, he's mostly business, but in the locker room, you can joke around with him and have fun with him too, so that's cool.
To put Sandifer's career in perspective, for 223 wins, if he played a full 16-game season and went undefeated, he'd have to do that 14 straight years to get that. 14 straight undefeated seasons to get to that number.
I just want you to know that Travis Stewart actually shows his homework.
I did calculate that out during the break. What can I say?
Hey, Wiley just gave up a touchdown right here while we were talking about Hugh Sandifer. Argyle just scored. Let's check in with Angela and find out what happened.
Hey guys, well, first of all, we've had a lot of people cramping up, but that doesn't seem to have affected Nick Ralston on Argyle's team, number 22. He just had an 11-yard touchdown run. They capped it off with the extra point, and now Wiley's up 17-14. Argyle's coming back. Back to you.
All righty, good stuff right there. So we got ourselves a game going on behind us.
We knew it was going to be that way. I mean, there's a team like Argyle that's that talented. They're never just going to roll over. You knew they were going to come back. You knew they were going to make a game of it, and that's what happened. Todd Rogers he joked before the game, "Hey, I'm not nervous. I'm not playing. I don't have anything to worry about." But at the same time, he's a competitor, and his kids have always been competitors too. They've always carried that talent. And the kid we haven't talked about tonight that could be a factor in a game like this is Cole Headland. He's a kicker for Argyle, and Jeff, he's already the best kicker in state history statistically. He kicked 25 field goals last year, which is more than anyone in all of Texas high school football history. If the game's close, he's money.
He's the man. Okay, good stuff right there. Hey, we're going to go out to the Piney Woods here when Fox Football Friday continues. Of course, Argyle just got a touchdown. They are trailing Wiley right now 17-14. Much more coming up here as we are bringing you Fox Football Friday live from Argyle.
Oh, Katie Klein? Okay. Are we doing this before or after the Fox?
Okay.
So I'll use Slugger.
That's fine. Welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman on the sidelines. Good game here, 17-14. Wiley leading Argyle. Katie and Klein, what a battle. Well, if you're a Katie fan, Katie up big in this one. Let's check in with Lonnie King with an update.
We're at the break here, halftime at Reliance Stadium. The Katy Tigers have a 41-0 lead over the Klein Bearcats. Lonnie King joined by Ken Moore here. And Ken, it's been all Katy. We thought that they were going to be good coming into this one. They've been everything we expected and more, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely, Lonnie. They took this game by the horn early on. 3 touchdowns in the first half by the terrific sophomore Rodney Anderson, picked up right where he left off as a freshman. This defense picking up right where they left off last year. They've only given up 12 yards of total offense to Klein. On the other side, the Katy offense has been tremendous. 303 yards of total offense, 41 points in the first half. They're making a statement here tonight that Katy is back.
Absolutely. If you're Klein, you didn't want to make mistakes coming in. The one thing you couldn't afford to do, but they have made a couple, and they've been costly here in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. They had 2 fumbles in the first half. Katy turned both of those into points, and a couple of drop passes by Klein has really killed them early on in this ball game.
But they've got some things to try and work on here in the second half. It's 41-0 at the half. Katy Tigers lead. Stick with us. We'll be back with more later on in the broadcast. Back to you guys.
All righty, Lonnie King, do appreciate that. 41-0. They've now moved into the fourth quarter. Katie looking really good.
Couple other quick score updates. Allen up 21-0 over South Lake Carroll, and Aledo up 24-14 over Highland Park, I believe was the score.
Hey, let's get some more updates. Let's check in with the Academy Sports Desk and Rick Renner. Rick?
Thank you, guys. A couple upsets brewing there. Let's talk DF-Dub on the Academy Sports and Outdoors Sports Desk. Two schools, long road trips for the openers with mixed results this weekend. Euless Trinity went to Seattle to take on Bellevue, a defending champ there, 8-time champ, and they lost in overtime. While Jesuit went all the way to Ireland and beat Wilmate Loyola Academy of Illinois 30-29. Stud receiver Jake Oliver, 13 catches, 163 yards. Let's check on two teams that will be making long playoff runs. Talking about DeSoto and Arlington Martin, the Warriors ready to rock and roll in their opener. In the first, Eagles off and running. Desmond White hooks up with Brandon McDowell. It's a 33-yard TD hookup. Then later in the quarter, it's White getting it done on the ground. With an 8-yard run here to the outside, DeSoto was dominating, but Martin has to come back now. It is 21-14 in the third quarter. Update of some of the scores the guys were talking about. How about Allen opening up that new $60 million stadium? If you're going to do that, you might as well win, right? Well, they're winning big over the defending state champs. Jeff Harris with 2 touchdowns. And Aledo up big. Pete Davis has thrown for 165 yards, 2 touchdowns. Who needs Jonathan Gray and Colleyville Heritage and their great quarterback, Cody Thomas, getting it done? They're up 14-2 on Duncanville. Social media is a big part, of course, of what we do here at Fox Sports Southwest. And in the forefront of all that, the Fox Sports Southwest girls. They're just a couple million followers shy of what Justin Bieber has right now. But it's growing every day. Jamie and Liddy, what do you got for us?
Rick, you're so nice to us. That's sweet. Just a couple
Justin
shy.
Bieber, we're on your tail.
If you haven't signed up, of course, go to footballfriday.foxsportsouthwest.com. Send us your photos, just like this adorable photo we just got from Chris Trevathan. It looks like they got lucky and scored 4 tickets to that game that was sold out.
I'm going to go ahead and guess they're Allen Eagle fans. Just going to throw that out there. And I would say she's a future Allen cheerleader.
Cheerleader, rah-rah,
yeah,
for sure.
Next, we got a tweet in from Megan Reed. She asked, what kind of Texas high school football pictures, videos are you guys looking for on the Texas Football Friday show?
That's a really good question, and your answer is everything. We want to see everything from, gosh, your prep rallies to your school spirit. I mean, what do you dress up like? Marching bands, love them.
Face paint.
Don't forget that you also can send us your videos. We want to see where you are, when you know, what you're doing, and all the above. So.
And I actually just got an update from the Plano West Marcus game. She is a fellow Marcus. Guess who's winning?
I'm going to say Marcus Marauders. Hello.
Plano West is actually winning 28-13.
Oh, that's okay. Well, Marcus Marauders, I'm looking for you to send me your photos. We need to send school spirit, so we hopefully can get that win.
What was your most memorable thing at Marcus?
You know what? We had the Battle of the Axe, and it was actually the old Cowboy Stadium. So we, our pep rallies were huge. They, it was dark. It was amazing. My mom was actually a fighting farmer, so she didn't like that.
How about it, Liddy? What about you at Prestonwood?
I would say I was actually a part of our very first state championship team. Our varsity volleyball team won the very first state championship that Prestonwood has ever won. So that was a really cool memory that I have from high school.
Fox Sports Southwest girls, get online. You can follow them on Twitter and, of course, on Facebook. And if you want to figure out how to get your pictures in, just go to foxsportssouthwest.com. Time now to switch our focus to the Piney Woods. A lot of changes in East Texas. Earl Campbell Award, new coach John Tyler. Gilmer wins their 600th. And $1 million TV at Carthage. They took it out of Jeff Powers' house. Back to you guys.
I wonder what happened to that television.
Yeah, I
Good
bet
job
you did.
back there, guys. We appreciate that. Hey, Wiley just got a touchdown back here behind us. They're leading now 24-14. 28 seconds to play here in the third quarter. We'll have that for you here in a moment. In fact, well, let's go ahead and show you. What the heck?
Why not? We got a monitor right in front of us. That's right.
Yeah, the Wiley Bulldogs here showing what they've got here in the third quarter. This ball tipped in. Oh, look at that play in the back of the end zone. Is that fantastic or what? But he was ruled out of bounds. Or did he drop the ball? But that was close. No way. Let's see. I'll tell you what.
I thought he was in.
It was a good opportunity. That ball was up in that corner. But nonetheless, it's 24 to, excuse me, it is 17-14. So no
They did rule him out of
touchdown.
bounds. Well, they originally signaled touchdown, I think, and the Wiley sideline erupted. And then as we were showing the highlight, they went ahead and said it was incomplete. So tough break for Wiley, and Argyle gets another breakdown.
That's why we don't show it live.
Yeah, that's exactly why we don't do it. All right, let's go down to the Piney Woods and talk about some teams out there, Jeff.
Yeah, Lufkin, I tell you, Lufkin in Class 5A, one of the teams to watch out for. They're in a little bit of trouble, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were getting hammered a little early by John Tyler, but again, I hate saying this, it's almost okay because John Tyler is one of the best teams in the state, regardless of classification. But and Lufkin's also going through a big change, obviously in head coach after the tragic passing of John Outlaw earlier in the year, and then replaced by obviously his longtime assistant, loyal assistant Todd Quick. And so you knew there was going to be some growing pains a little bit there as that program wicked through that change a little bit. And then, as we said, John Tyler's very talented. Piney Woods is a big area, Jeff. I think it stretches all the way from I-45 north of Houston, pretty much all the way out to the Louisiana border. And Montgomery is part of that, north of Houston a little bit, very talented. Willis, we mentioned them earlier, starting over in the passing game, and that's traditionally been a good passing team. There's probably going to take them a few weeks to get their feet underneath them. Livingston's got a great talent out there in Chavosky Collins. We'll talk about him in just a little bit, but they definitely are worthy of top 5 status. And then Cold Spring Oakhurst, who's been in a title game before in the past couple years, who's been worthy of a title game berth, also in the past couple years. Some people say they're better than some of these 4A teams out here, and I guess we'll figure out, by season's end if they're that good or not, but we know they're very talented.
And I know we're going to get a chance to go to both Lufkin and Montgomery here on Fox Football Friday later this year, so we're looking forward to that. Now, Lufkin and Tyler, as we were talking about, that should be the other way around. John Tyler leading that one 39-7, and that's a final now. John Tyler winning this one over Lufkin.
Man, Tyler they just erupted, early on. I know that Greg Ward was pretty much at 200 yards passing right out of the gate, and a lot of talent out there, a lot of speed on John Tyler's team, and we knew that Lufkin was going to take some time. I'm not sure if this one's actually final yet or not. I thought it was still in the fourth quarter, may have gone final, but we knew that Lufkin was going to take some time to get to adjust to things, but Tyler's just got too much offense for a lot of people out there.
Huntsville at Humble. Of course, you're from that Houston area. You got to know you don't pronounce that H. You got to say Humble, but they are trailing. In fact, they fall.
Yeah, I'm not sure that score is right, but we knew Huntsville was going to be working pretty hard this year because they graduated a great linebacker in Bridge Blunt, who was a great player last year, and they kind of had to find their way and find their new identity since he was such a great leader for them. Conversely, Humble was trying to find their way after I don't want to say underachieved, but they didn't live up to the expectations a lot of people had for them, but now they're going to come out hungry, try and have a better year this year.
You just said Humble.
Yeah, I guess I did, didn't I? Humble, sorry.
All right. How about Bridge City at Newton, and an interesting game as well?
Yeah, great small school game. Newton's got a great player out there in DJ Dean. He's a top quarterback and a top talent. Probably going to be an athlete, could play a lot of different positions in college, but make no doubt, there's a lot of FBS schools looking around at him. I think Newton could win this game, but Bridge City 3A, 2A, you never know how that one could go.
How about Crockett at Lexington? Lexington, kind of almost a Central Texas kind of team.
Well, yeah, I mean, Lexington kind of fits the Central Texas bill. Lexington was winning this one earlier today. They got a great quarterback in Cogan Garrett, and Crockett still trying to figure out exactly what do they do after they graduated Dominic Wheeler to Texas Tech in the offseason. They kind of need a new face, a new big star player.
Hemphill and Garrison. This one also another big matchup in week 0.
Oh, man. Hemphill's quarterback, Justin Twine. This kid is pretty special. I mean, after what he did last year as a sophomore, we got a graphic on him. We'll bring this up to him right now. What he did in just his sophomore year, and I guess the place you have to start was 534 rushing yards versus West Sabine. That is a top 5 performance in a single game all time in Texas high school history. He ended up scoring 52 points against Buna. That's a whole nother game, Jeff. That's 2 different games. That was also a top 5 mark. He finished with 2,478 rushing yards, a little over 800 passing yards, 53 total touchdowns. Remember, all as a sophomore. And he was also an exceptionally good baseball player. When it comes to small school guys who are going to fill up the stat sheet and make a huge impression on people all year, boom, that's your guy, Justin Twine.
Hey, let's go a little bit further east. Bridge City, we got Southeast Texas checking in. Here we go, right here.
Justin Williams in there on the stop. So good defensive play in there by the Newton Eagles. That means the ball goes over to the Newton Eagles with 4:24 to play in the fourth quarter. The Newton Eagles lead 28-12 over the Bridge City Cardinals.
I'm interested to see what happens here. See if the Eagles try to ensure the win by scoring another touchdown here, or will they just kind of run the clock a little?
DJ Dean, he's going to hand off on an end around. And he's across the 40 to the 45 to the 50, where he goes out of bounds, and that is Thomas on the carry. Taking him out was number 44.
So Newton leading that one 28-12 in the fourth quarter, and it sounds like they've got an opportunity here to kind of put this game away with a touchdown.
That's right, and you heard the broadcast team talk about DJ Dean, just like we just were. A really talented kid. Yeah. I think Utah has already come around and looked at him, and Utah has had great success recruiting here in Texas over the past couple years.
Good point, good point. Okay. watch list.
Some top 5 storylines.
Yes.
Yeah, let's roll back out to the Piney Woods and take a look at some of these big storylines. We mentioned, obviously, Todd Quick taking over at Lufkin, and he was so loyal to John Outlaw and for that program for so long. I'm glad he's the head coach, but I'm sad this is the way it had to be. But the team is going to have to move on and build a new legacy for themselves. Can Tenaha repeat as champs? We haven't talked about Tenaha yet, but they were the 1A Division II champion last year. They obviously graduated Reginald Davis, one of the best players in 1A, maybe in recent memory, and they'll need to find some new guys, but they have plenty. De'Aaron Rowland comes to mind, a great linebacker. Cold Spring Oakers takes a stab at the title. We already talked about them tonight. DJ Dean, we talked about him at Newton. And then obviously Livingston Shavosky Collins, a great athlete, one of the top 300 recruits in the state of Texas. He's going to be a great guy to watch this season. He has a really good chance to make Livingston a strong squad. I think they came up just short of the playoffs last year. He has a chance to reverse that curse for him.
All right, good stuff. We're going to go out to the Hill Country here in just a moment, but let's check in with Angela first and get an update on the game right here behind us.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of guys are cramping up out here tonight. You know, it's a little humid. It was really hot earlier today. They were out here practicing. I didn't notice that earlier when they were practicing. But again, a lot of guys cramping up. Wiley's on the move right now. Haven't seen anybody cramp up in the last few plays. So we'll see if Wiley can do something with the ball. Back to you.
All right, Angela, and Wiley up now 17-14, and definitely no cramping going on over here though on the desk.
I don't know. I'm starting to feel in the leg. I mean, this early in the season, no matter how much conditioning you do, you have to stay hydrated. But a key part is that with the changes to two-a-days they had in the offseason, coaches can't run their kids quite as much. I think that's a good thing, but at the same time, some of these kids are used to building that level of conditioning, used to building that endurance. Without some of those extra practices, some kids may be finding these first couple weeks to be a little tougher than they remember them being as juniors and sophomores.
And hey, when you play the game, anything can happen. You know,
that's why we love it.
That's why it happens. So anyway, we'll be right back with more here on Fox Football Friday. The Golden Triangle area is next, and the Hill Country coming up right after this. Fox Football Friday continues. A lot of highlights later.
I mean, too many highlights later.
Yeah. It's a pretty good little game.
Westlake's cleaning up on Cedar Park now.
Oh, are you serious?
It's 21-7.
Oh, no. So much for my prediction. That's why I'm over here. I knew Westlake looked good, though. Man, they had this drill going on when I was there. They were popping each other.
I have no doubt.
The 3-on-3 drill, you know, where they form a tunnel and let the guys just go at it. Oh, man, great video.
Do you mind if I give a couple quick updates right off the bat?
I don't. No, go.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to give a couple hits right off the top, just interesting tidbits.
I'm going to check in with Jim Lanning and see if he's got some highlights for us, because now we need them.
Fourth down and 4.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
Alrighty, Fox Football Friday, the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power and Travis Stewart joining us from here at the desk, and of course on the sideline, Angela Heyman. Let's go ahead and talk about this Hill Country area. We got some great football, and of course, you got to start with Lake Travis, the 5-time defending champs.
I do. Lake Travis, 5-time straight championships. They're beating up on Converse Judson tonight. Cedar Park takes on Westlake, the number 2 against the number 3, and so far it hasn't played out that way. We'll get to that score in a second. Leander clocks in at number 4, fresh down into Class 4A, and Round Rock Westwood at 5A is in the 5th spot.
Yeah, Bear Finnehan, the quarterback at Westwood. He's a new quarterback. He's going to do well with them. Cedar Park at Westlake, though, a bit of a surprise here. I was kind of telling you earlier that I thought Cedar Park was the team that might be one of the best in that entire area. Well, they're trailing right now 21-7 to Westlake.
Yep, right near the start of the 4th quarter, Westlake 21-7 over Cedar Park. And Cedar Park started off that game better. You know, they started off looking really good, but Westlake's defense has really shut the door down on that Cedar Park strong run team. Quick score correction, we had John Tyler and Lufkin earlier. That is still 21-7, John Tyler over Lufkin. Still close, still close.
So other games, how about Austin Bowie and Pflugerville? This is another pretty big game in that Central Texas area. A lot of people think Pflugerville might be one of the top teams in that region.
Well, we're not sure yet. We're going to see them right at the end of the season, but they start off the year with good expectations because, I mean, honestly, it's Pflugerville.
Right.
And Pflugerville's always kind of right there in the mix of things. But Bowie has been a traditional playoff team over the past couple years. We'll have to see how this game shakes out. Still looking for our first score highlight from that one.
Austin High at Round Rock Westwood. And, of course, Westwood loaded this year. They went really far into the postseason last season. You know, surprised some people, I think, with that run they made in the playoffs.
Well, the big question for them now will be what do they do without Ben Johnson, who was their very talented quarterback who graduated in the offseason. But Austin High brings back a really good wide receiver, part of that Jones family that gave us Caleb Jones. The younger one is Isaiah Jones, a really talented kid. But Westwood's probably still going to be favored here, and that's got to rankle Austin High fans. I mean, remember, Austin High once upon a time was the premier school in the city of Austin, but schools like Westlake and Lake Travis have taken it over. Now we have to see if Round Rock Westwood is the next to join this new heritage of great Austin teams cropping up and being successful.
Leander at Pflugerville Connolly, another huge game. Of course, Leander, led by head coach Clint Harper, went to Hardin Simmons. Darren Allman went to Hardin Simmons. And Vandergrift's head coach went to Hardin Simmons. Hey, what's in the water at Hardin Simmons?
I don't know.
They
but
put out some coaches.
I need to go out there and pour a glass or two if I want to be that good. By the way, first Pflugerville highlight in, I believe, is 42-7 over Austin Bowie right now with 8 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Pflugerville doing some work early on. But Leander and Pflugerville Colony, great game. We mentioned Leander dropping down to Class 4A, and all eyes are going to be on them right now because everyone wants to know, hey, they were a good contending 5A team. What does it look like now as they go down to 4A? They've got a good quarterback that's got a lot of promise, but at the same time, still trying to figure out what exactly their offense revolves around after Gideon left.
And Marble Falls' new head coach, Todd Dodge, of course, LaGrange
may have heard of
town.
him. Yeah. May have heard of Todd Dodge before. Obviously from the South Lake Carroll days, had great, went to the college ranks for a while after great success in the high school ranks. Just to recap what his resume looked like, he was 98-11 all-time at South Lake Carroll. He won 4 Class 5A state titles. He went to 5 straight. He lost one of them, was the USA Today National Coach of the Year in 2005. If you're looking for a coach with skins on the wall, Todd Dodge is pretty tough to beat, right?
Hey, no question about it. Marble Falls, that's where Angela Heyman went to high school.
That's right. We're looking
watch
at
this real quick.
Her old stomping grounds. Yeah, we'll run through it real quick. Look at the top 5 storylines in the Hill Country area. Lake Travis has run at 6 titles. That's a default one at the top. It's no-brainer. Todd Dodge returning to Marble Falls. That's obviously a big one as well. Cedar Park's path to the title now open. That Lake Travis is in 5A. Looked that way, but they're not looking so hot against Westlake. Wimberley looks to repeat after their state title last year, and then so does Mason. We've already talked about Mason, but those two teams both looking for a second straight state title.
Okay. Golden Triangle coming up next when Fox Football Friday continues from here in Argyle, who trail Wiley by 3. Back with more in a minute.
Okay, Ozan leads Westbrook 26-22 in the fourth quarter. And give me a second. I'm trying to get you some more. Hang tight. PNG is up 21-14 over Silsbee at the start of the fourth quarter.
What was that score?
21-14. Port Arthur Memorial leads Central 23-13 in the fourth quarter. Cut the watch list. Let's just go through the games.
All right, so no watch list?
No watch list.
Okay. Welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart. We're here at Argyle. They trail right now, by the way. The Eagles do to Wiley, 17-14. Let's go to the Golden Triangle and take care of some action. What do you got, Travis?
Top 5 teams. Port Arthur Memorial starts on the top. No surprise after their great season last year. And you get a run on 4A teams. Nederland, Vider, and Port Neches Groves all clock in from 24A. And Beaumont Westbrook bringing up the 5th spot in Class 5A, but they're on the ropes right now against another 4A team.
And watching out for some of the games that look pretty tough. I would say Beaumont Ozan and Beaumont Westbrook. There's one game for you right here in Week 0.
Ozan's looked very good offensively so far. They've given Westbrook all they can handle. I'm going to call it. I think Ozan's going to hang on and win this one.
Up 4 right now. We'll see. Beaumont Central and Port Arthur Memorial. Another good game.
Yeah, well, Port Arthur Memorial, like I said, top overall team in the Golden Triangle, I think, showing it. Defensively, they're looking very good, and we thought that would be the case. They graduated a lot of offensive talent, but they brought back a lot of defensive talent. I think you're going to see a lot of scores like this throughout the year from them.
Port Neches Groves leading Silsbee right now in the fourth quarter, 21-14.
Silsbee making a run at this. Port Neches Groves is a good team. They got a lot of talent. The Indians are still just trying to find their way right now, and Silsbee, I have to admit, I'm a little surprised. I thought this would be more of a double-digit score, and it may still end up being that way, but right now Silsbee is asserting themselves well.
Yeah, Wade Phillips played, of course, at Port Neches Groves. How about Crosby at Nederland?
That's right, Crosby at Nederland. Nederland, as we said, a top 5 team in the Golden Triangle. Hadn't been that way over the past couple years, but District 24A as a whole kind of made a big jump forward last year. Really impressed. I think a lot of people in Nederland was really the forefront of that.
Hey, we got a chance to see it up close and personal last
year.
Yes, we did
Against Port Neches Groves.
Nederland, Port Neches Groves. All right. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the Northeast Texas when Fox Football Friday continues from here in Argyle. righty, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. The Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman here. Let's check in with Rick Renner on that Academy Sports Desk with some more highlights. Rick?
Gentlemen, a lot of storylines in the Piney Woods. Gilmer gets his 600th win this weekend. Longview is a serious threat to win another state title. Who knows? Lufkin and Tyler, John Tyler, going at it in a battle of new coaches. Let's go to East Texas and check on things. Rickland Holmes in his first game as John Tyler head coach and Lufkin head coach Todd Sparks. A plaque honoring the two guys. And Coach John Outlaw, who lost his life to a heart attack over the summer. Greg Ward to Fred Ross, and he'll go downfield. John Tyler up by 7, just 13 seconds in. And then Lufkin trying to come back. Tyler Stubblefields passes tipped and picked off by Terry Osborne. Right now, John Tyler is rolling in this one. They lead it 21-0 over Lufkin. Colleyville Heritage in Duncanville. First possession in the second quarter. Heritage knocking on the door. Cody Thomas to Connor Davis. He'll take it in. That made it 7-2. Later in the second, Thomas makes the 7-yard pass to Nathan Crouch for the touchdown. Heritage Panthers lead it 14-2 at the half. Thomas, one of the best quarterbacks in the state, and he might even be a better baseball player. Let's check in with our social media gurus, the Fox Sports Southwest girls, Kami of Flower Mound Marcus and Lydia Prestonwood. What's the buzz tonight, girls?
Thanks, Rick. We've been having so much fun getting your photos and your tweets. We just got this one from Stephen Cook. He sent us a picture of this great shot of a Crawford football player after catching a 22-yard touchdown. That's pretty awesome. Did you know that that's where George W. Bush lived? Crawford, Texas? I did not know that. Actually, pretty cool little fact for you.
That's a really, really pretty shot, actually.
Yeah, it is.
That one's awesome. Speaking of Marcus, you ask and you shall receive. I know they're down, but I did get a photo from Phil Spurlock. It is an action. Look at this. It's from where I went to high school. This is pretty cool.
An action shot.
Yeah, how about that?
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so hopefully you guys keep sending us your photos, and I think maybe can win it.
Yeah, don't forget to follow us on Twitter at FSSW_girls and like us on Facebook to keep up with our updates. And we will see you guys next Friday.
And you'll see them a little bit later on tonight on Scoreboard Live with Craig Way and myself. We'll check in with you guys and see what everybody's talking about after some of these wins. Right now, let's kick it back out to Argyle. Jeff Power and Travis Stewart, take it away, gentlemen.
All right, Rick, do appreciate that. Hey, let's get an update right here. We've got a touchdown. Let's go check in with Angela Heyman with more on the sidelines.
Thanks, guys. Well, Wiley just scored on a 13-yard touchdown play by Paul Goodrich. It was a great setup to the touchdown play. And then, you know, not only did Goodrich go for the 6 points, he ended up capping it off with the extra point after scoring that touchdown. So it's a pretty great drive for him. Wiley's up 24-14 over Argyle. Back to you.
So that was huge right there. Wiley up right now, 24-14, under 5 minutes to play in this one. That's a big TD.
We got our first major upset of the night, too, Jeff. Monterey Tech, that team from Mexico, they have knocked off Stephenville 27-17, believe it or not. David Davis told us Stephenville was in his fight for its life.
No one's going to want to play Monterey Tech anymore.
Well, they were good last year, too. Surprise, surprise. Stephenville starts the season 0-1. Man.
All right, let's real quick, let's go to a quick break. We'll come right back and break down Northeast Texas when Fox Football Friday continues. But definitely keep them highlights coming. I just got your stuff, so we're about to do it. Okay. No worries.
Hang tight. Let me see what I can find for you.
41-7. Cool. All right. Thanks for the updates, Brent. Appreciate it, man. That's it. 41-7 Lake Travis.
Jesus.
Fourth quarter.
What a pounding.
Brent was saying he had a pretty bad connection down there at Converse Judson. I don't know why, but he had to leave the stadium to feed, so that's what the holdup was. It happens.
I'm looking for panhandles for you, big guy. I'm trying. Goddamn panhandle reporters. We don't tweet shit.
Don't tweet.
Killing me. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a panhandle report all night. Randall and Plainview, Jeff Watts. Randall wins 55-27. Let me see if I can get you something else. I don't see much.
55-27, Randall.
Mm-hmm.
All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman. Good game going on behind us here. Wiley leading over Argyle 24-14. Let's go out to Northeast Texas and talk some football.
Actually, I think we're going to switch it out to the Panhandle,
yes.
Go to the other flip side of North Texas. Let's take a quick look at the top 5 teams out there before we get into some games. It starts up top with Amarillo, who won big tonight over Odessa. That's actually Coastal Bend, but we will run through the Panhandles real quick. Amarillo won big over Odessa. There we go. Wolfforth Friendship, they also won tonight over El Paso Riverside. Canyon Randall, they come in at the 3rd spot. They won tonight. We'll look at that game in just a second. Amarillo Caprock comes in at number 4. They've been red hot over the past couple years with their great offense. And then Lubbock Estacado in Class 3A, they won last night. That's why we don't have a score rolling on the ticker anytime soon for them. You can see the Friendship score. That's gone final. They have beaten Riverside at the ticker at the bottom.
So Lubbock Monterey at Lubbock Coronado. That was an interesting battle right now. Very tight. Monterey leading 17-14 in the 4th.
Absolutely no surprise. I mean, these two have seen a lot of each other over the past couple years, and they've actually been district rivals for a really long time. We have a graphic on this. We may show this in a little bit. But they've been district rivals since 1966. The rub is that they were broken up by realignment in February when Monterey dropped down to Class 4A. But the amazing thing is they're only separated by about 130 students. That's the difference between 5A and 4A for those two. Monterey had won 11 out of the last 18, so no surprise to see them up on top right now.
Hey, speaking of Wolfforth Friendship at El Paso Riverside.
Exactly, like we said, Friendship, I believe this one's already gone final. I believe Friendship dispatched Riverside, which is not giantly surprising. Let's go check in with Monterey and Coronado real quick. We've got George Watson joining us now from the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. Tell us a little bit about what this game has looked like. George, can you tell me what's put Monterey in front so far tonight? It looks like we lost George here, so we'll cycle back and try and pick that one up a little bit later.
No,
but like we said, Friendship did dispatch of Riverside earlier tonight. Next biggest game in the Panhandle is probably Idalou at Lubbock Cooper. A couple of small schools doing battle.
Sure, and that game right there, Lubbock Cooper, of course, maybe the favorite there. K-Jack Radio, I believe. We'll check back, but Lubbock Cooper and Idalou, always a good matchup when these two get together. Also Plainview at Canyon Randall. We talked about Randall. That's a team to watch out for.
That's right, and they did win tonight. That one's gone final. That finished up at 55-27, Randall over Plainview. It's been a struggle, really, for Plainview the past couple years. Still trying to find their rhythm and what's going to make them successful, but Canyon Randall has really hit their stride over the past couple years. Couple of great seasons in a row. Here's your final score. Couple of great seasons in a row, and they start off 2012 in the right way.
New deal at Spring Lake Earth.
Teeny tiny schools down in the little 1A ranks. I haven't seen a score on this one all night, but we know that both of these teams are talented, and they're both bringing back some really good kids. Now, Spring Lake Earth and New Deal have both had talented kids over the past couple years, guys who either went to the college ranks in New Deal's case or guys who were just all-state caliber in Spring Lake Earth's case. But so far, all those guys have graduated, and now they're both looking for their next big star. That's kind of been a theme tonight, Jeff, through a lot of geographic regions, was teams looking for their next big star, their next big guy. Well, that's really a prominent storyline in Week 0 every year as teams are looking for their next biggest star.
Hey, before we get to 6 man, give me the watch list out here.
Oh, for the top 5 biggest storylines? Yeah, let's go ahead and take a run through that real quick. The top one probably has to be the drop-downs. Amarillo and Lubbock, two of the oldest programs in Texas. Amarillo is one of the most winningest teams in Texas, both dropping down to Class 4A. That's the first time that Amarillo has not been in the state's largest classification. Also, how good is Robert Johnson, the running back at Lubbock Estacado? He's only a junior this year, but he's had such talent in the past 2 years. I'm really curious to see what his junior season looks like. Small school title game drought. Last year, the Panhandle didn't win a small school title game, which is the first time in just about forever. So I'll be really interested to see who can step forward and carry the banner for them this season. Is Friendship a title class team? They look like it, beating Riverside earlier tonight, but the past 2 years haven't been quite as good as what we're used to seeing out of a Davis family coached Friendship team. And lastly, Littlefield running back to Madrick Moore. A lot of ways like Robert Johnson, young but talented, now a sophomore. Really interested to see what he does in his second year out.
All right, let's check in real quick with Angela and get an update on this game right behind us. Argyle trying to get back in it, trailing Wiley. Angela?
Hey guys, well, there's about 38 seconds left in the game. Wiley's running the clock down. They keep giving the ball to their workhorse, Garrett Martin. They may score here at the end of the game. Only 34 seconds left to go. They're leading 24-14. Looks like it's going to be a win for Wiley. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Angela. We do appreciate that. So Wiley leading 24-14, 30 seconds or so to go. Looks like they've got this one wrapped up.
Well, it's a quality win for Wiley to come out here and beat a team that just played in a state title game a couple months ago on the road, as you said, and to do it without, a quarterback that they knew who was going to be in the offseason. Things were still up in the air on some of the offensive pieces, but they came out here and put it all together. It looks really good, and Garrett Martin, as Angela said, a workhorse, had a great night.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We're going to see some Kahoma Forest Sand highlights coming up and much more. Fox Football Friday continues from here in Argyle.
Yes, Carroll lost to Calhoun, so Calhoun wins 41-9. That's final. And Cal Allen's beating Mercedes 34-7. That's all I got.
Fourth quarter?
Yeah.
And the Calhoun was the final?
That's final.
They're back.
I know, I forgot.
I was about to say, I'm on his birthday.
Hey, let's do some Kahoma Forest Sand. I got a funny play. You up for it, Kahoma?
Jeff, I'm looking for a Refugio highlight for you. I mean, a Refugio score. I should have it. Where the hell is it?
Hey, we could bring Hugh Sandifer over here.
I wouldn't mind it. Well, let's let Angela get him.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This is the Blitz. Don't forget, come at the bottom of the hour. It's overtime, but some highlights to get to. And Travis, Jeff Power here, Travis Stewart. Let's update some things.
Two big scores out of the top 5 games across the state we talked about way back around 7 o'clock. Allen has polished off Southlake Carroll 24-0, which was a giant shock to everyone.
New
and then Steele finishes off San Antonio Madison 41-21.
Okay, Coastal Bend. Let's take a look at that Coastal Bend area. A lot of the traditional powerhouses right there at the top.
Yep, Cal Allen is the top team in the Coastal Bend this year, and we actually think they can win a state title. Port Lavaca Calhoun, they come in at number 2, even though they've graduated a ton of offensive talent. Gregory Portland, sneaky good team there right in the middle of the rankings. I like what they bring to the table, especially in the ground game. And then Flower Bluff and King actually squared off tonight from spots 4 and 5.
All right, we've got a score coming in with Port Lavaca Calhoun defeating Corpus Christi Carroll 41-9. Look at those sand crabs.
Boy, Calhoun. Coach Whitaker told me in the offseason, what do you do in an option offense when you're out of options after they graduated so many kids? I think they're okay. What do you think? And Carroll's a 5A team with 5A numbers. So to Calhoun come out and play like that's impressive.
This is a team that beat Cal Allen last year to start the season.
That's
Here
right.
we go at Ingleside. This is an interesting game because Refugio, of course, the defending champs, but a lot of people think Ingleside might be a team to watch out for.
They could very well be. I can actually add an update to this. Refugio just scored about 5 minutes ago. It is now 48-21 off a 19-yard touchdown pass from Travis Quintanilla. Trust me, if you're looking for offense, this team up top, Refugio, that's the one you're going to want to follow. They score points in bunches.
Yeah, they had a lot last year, no question about it. Cal Allen at Mercedes. Cal Allen leading.
That's the most recent update I have as well, is Cal Allen 34-7 over Mercedes, fourth quarter. And no surprise with the amount of talent that Cal Allen brings back as well as experience. The only thing they didn't bring back was their running back, Marcus Price. Everything else is pretty much in place.
Corpus Christi King and Flower Bluff. Look at this game. Flower Bluff leading right now 21-20. It's tight.
Yeah, I think that's actually I have a final that looks like this just came in. It's Flower Bluff 23, King 14 is the final.
Oh, okay.
Colton Mims, the quarterback, scores on a 27-yard touchdown run with 32 seconds left to ice the game. Flower Bluff a big winner, and they hold off King in a matchup worthy of 2 top 5 teams from the region.
How about Victoria East at Gonzales?
Yeah, I haven't seen any updates on this one tonight, so whatever score we see is going to be news to me. But Gonzales is a really talented 3A team. They've had great, really college caliber players over the past couple years, but Victoria East is very fast and very deep. I'd be surprised if East didn't win tonight.
Can Refugio repeat?
Absolutely. They're very talented. Their defense is very good. And that was kind of the unsung hero of the team last year. Was as good as that offense was, that defense was fantastic.
Sure.
And if they can replace Donald Trevino, their talented defensive tackle, they're very good. Interesting note, probably the best player on that team and the overall leader is offensive lineman John Wesley Shipp, who used to be a quarterback back in middle school for Refugio. They asked him to move because he was so talented. At offensive lineman, he was just as good. Took over the team. He could literally be an MVP guy as an offensive lineman, that good.
Any other quick thoughts here before we check back with Angela?
Yeah, I mean, there's some great storylines here. We obviously mentioned Refugio and Cal Allen, but I think restocking Calhoun's run game is a really big one. And then obviously Ocampo dropping down to 3A. That's been a good 4A team for a long while. Then moving down to 3A shifts the balance of power there in Region 3 and Region 4, that whole area, with a big school with a lot of talent coming down and all of a sudden wrestling with those 3A kids.
All right, let's go ahead and check down with Angela right now. Angela Heyman is on the sidelines. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, Wiley is leading the game 31-14 over Argyle. There's just about 15 seconds left in the game. Looks like it's going to be a victory for Wiley. And before I forget, I've got to give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday while you watch these good plays by Wiley. So happy birthday, Mom. Back to you guys.
Thank you. And yes, happy birthday, Miss Akins.
That's right. Off from one honoring one female to another. How about this tweet I just got in? Godley beats Ferris 21-7, and Rachel Evans kicked a PAT and becomes the first female to score in school history. Congratulations, Rachel Evans. You earned that. That's
there
right.
you go. We got to like to see that. Any other final thoughts in this Coastal Bend area?
No, I think we're pretty much good. But what we are going to do over these last few minutes, Jeff, before we head into the overtime in about 30 or 13, 15 minutes, is we're going to start recapping all the statewide scores. Let's bring in all the big games. We're going to try and pump in as many highlights as we can. And I think that one just finished right behind us.
Okay, yeah, Abilene Wiley just won this one. Final score 24-14. Players shaking hands, a chance to, see what's out there in Class 3A, and these obviously two of the top teams, but big win for Wiley. All right, we'll recap this game. We got much more to get to. Fox Football Friday overtime just around the corner. A lot of highlights rolling in now, so we'll bring that for you when Fox Football Friday continues.
South Lake Carroll, Allen 24-0 over South Lake Carroll final. That's the big one. Steele 41, Madison 21. Let's do LaPorte 20, Clearbrook 14 in overtime. Let's do DeSoto 37 over 14. DeSoto 37-14 over Martin. That's the fourth quarter. Steele was 41-21 over Madison. That's final. LaPorte was 20-14 over Clearbrook. That's final. Lindale beats Chapel Hill 31-14. Lindale beats Chapel Hill 31-14. And here's a big upset. A&M Consolidated over Copperas Cove 31-20. Midway beats Bryan 34-7. 31-20. A&M Consolidated wins that. Hightower 21 over Eisenhower 12. That's final. Hightower 21 over Eisenhower 12. It's final. John Tyler leads Lufkin 28-14 in the fourth quarter. 28, Lufkin 14, fourth quarter. I got one more. You want it? Westlake beats Cedar Park 21-7.
righty, Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, and the editor right now from Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine.
You
Travis.
flatter me.
Well, I got a little stumped up there. Let's check in with Angela Heyman, who's down on the sideline right now. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I'm joined by Coach Hugh Sandifer. He got the victory tonight, beat Argyle. Coach Sandifer, you kept giving the ball to Garrett Martin. He seemed like your workhorse tonight. We talked about it earlier. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, Garrett's a good back, and we just felt like we had some things going in the running game. We dropped some passes that we could have had some touchdowns on, but I thought we executed pretty well, but our offensive line got a little confidence. Started going at them. We wanted to keep the ball away from them as much as we could, and Garrett had a good night. Zary had a good night running, then we bring in Hayden, and he gets the last touchdown. So it's a credit to the guys up front.
Sure, this has got to be a big victory for your team over Argyle. They went to the state championship game last year. What is this going to do for you guys going into the next game for the rest of the season?
Well, number one, everybody in the state of Texas wants to win their first game. Everybody wants to start 1-0. So it gives us some confidence, and I just told the kids, I challenged them, we got to be mature about it, learn from our mistakes, understand we had a lot of good plays, but we got a lot more good opponents to play each and every week. So, but it's fun to come in and beat a good team at their field.
Thanks, Coach. Congratulations on the win tonight.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Angela, for the Fred Loya Insurance quote of the night. We appreciate you grabbing Hugh Sandifer for us. Let's go ahead and check in. I think we have the highlights for this game. Let's go ahead and run through some of the action because it went pretty quick tonight. Argyle getting into the end zone here. I believe this put them up 7-3 after an early Abilene-Wiley field goal, but then Wiley came right back. They had a play-action touchdown, then they had this dive up the gut, and that made things 17-7, Jeff.
Yeah, and Garrett Martin had a big game, as Coach Sandifer talked about there, but back comes Argyle with the TD right there. This was kind of the killer right here. Look at that play. Yep. Back of the end zone. That is a pinpoint pass. Nice job. And Argyle falls to the Wiley Bulldogs. 24-14 your final score.
And I tell you what, yeah, Wiley brought a good fan base tonight, and I think that helped him. It helped to energize him because Argyle's a great home crowd, always has been. But Wiley brought such a good fan base here, you could tell there was some support every time those Bulldogs found the end zone.
Yeah, only about 2.5 hours away, not that far. Big scores? What do you say? Let's roll through some scores.
Let's start up at the top. There's a lot of big scores that have already gone final, especially some of those big five that we talked about way back around 7 o'clock. Biggest one is Allen over South Lake Carroll, 24-0. I don't know what's more surprising, that Allen won 24-0 or that South Lake Carroll just didn't score. I can't wrap my head around that because Carroll just won a title last year. Steele beats Madison tonight 41-21. A great defensive effort from those Steele Knights. LaPorte survives into overtime against Clearbrook 20-14. And then DeSoto, I'm not sure that one's final yet, but DeSoto was winning 37-14 over Martin in the fourth quarter. That'll obviously be final pretty soon. Yeah, good win right there for DeSoto. Now Lindale over Chapel Hill 31-14 final. A&M consolidated. A little upset right here over Copper's Cove 31-20, that game being played in College Station. Hewitt Midway over Bryan 21-7, and Hightower knocks out Ike 21-12. I think Midway was actually 35-7. I think they tacked on a few at the end. Also, I can update you on Tyler and Lufkin. John Tyler just scored to make that one 35-14. Time ticking away in the fourth. Surely John Tyler is going to come out with a win soon, and I believe Alito was still leading Highland Park late in that game as well, so I think we'll see the Bearcats come out with a win there too.
Yeah, so John Tyler looking good against Lufkin. Some great actions. A lot of big games here in Zero.
It's been a fun night. It really has been a fun night.
Hey, just around the corner, overtime at the bottom of the hour. Fox Football Friday will continue from right here in Argyle, where Wiley is a winner 31-14. Yeah, one more.
Oh, we got to update this game. Okay. Okay. Jeff, why don't you tease an incredible overtime game that's worth discussing? Okay, Cuero beats Wharton 20-19. Cuero beats Wharton 20-19. Lake Travis just finished off Judson. That's 47-13. Alito beat Highland Park 31-12. 31-12, Alito won. DeSoto Martin just went final, 37-14. You already had that one. Gladewater beat Dangerfield. Wow, 31-14, Gladewater over Dangerfield. Gladewater 13, Dangerfield 14.
No, Gladewater 31.
I'm sorry, Gladewater 31, Dangerfield 14. I apologize. Gonzalez beat Victoria East. Gonzales 27, Victoria East 6. West Mesquite 43, Rockwall 17. That's final.
Over Rockwall.
Permian 30, Montwood 27. That's in the fourth quarter. You have Todd Rogers? Oh, okay.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by FredLoya.com.
Well, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. Right now I'm joined with Coach Rogers. Coach, a tough loss tonight, but your guys really played hard. What are you going to tell them, Monday when you get back for practice, and how are you going to use this going through the rest of the season?
Well, we're going to talk to them tomorrow. So we're going to try to get the corrections taught tomorrow and give them Sunday off and then bring them back Monday and try to find some solutions. I just think we're just victims of inexperience tonight. That's a very experienced ball club that we faced tonight, and we made a few mistakes and some inopportune times, and it cost us. We lost to a good team, so I'm excited about some of the bright spots I saw tonight, and we just got to focus on those and trying to shore up our mistakes.
Sure. Thanks, Coach. Wiley was a good team. You guys had a tough game. Back to you, Jeff and Travis.
All right, thanks a lot, Angela. Todd Rogers there, graciously joining us there from Argyle. They fall 31-14 to Wiley.
That's right. A couple other big scores. We're going to tease one to the overtime show, a must-see overtime thriller that you have to hear about.
Hey, tons of highlights coming up. Don't go anywhere. Right around the corner. Fox Football Friday Overtime is next.
Alito won, so that's Tim Buchanan. Katie obviously won, that's Gary Joseph. Steele won, that's Mike Jinks. And Art versus Tatum are still in progress. We probably will not get that one tonight.
What was that final, Katie?
Bad.
I don't remember. 41, nothing or something? So Tim Buchanan, Gary Joseph, these are possible interviews you're thinking?
We're going to try.
How are we doing on Lake Travis highlights? We're going to get to some of that. I know I'm beating that dead horse.
Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind.
Lake Travis won 47-13.
Yeah, that's one of the ones they should have on their scoreboard now. Abilene won 13-10 over Hebron. Glad I picked them.
This kid, Zach Austin, had 4 touchdowns. Football Friday Overtime, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power, Travis Stewart along with me here, and Angela Heyman on the sideline. A lot to get to, and let's get to that big stunner you were talking about.
Well, we might as well start there, right? Sherman and Little Elm, Jeff, they're just now going to overtime tied at 50. 50-50 going to overtime. Sherman and Little Elm will keep you updated on that final result as soon
Here's
as we
some other scores we want to get to real quick. John Tyler defeating Lufkin. That's a final 28-14.
Now that one's actually still in progress. 35-14. Lufkin still threatening, but that John Tyler's probably going to win that one.
And Calhoun, Port Lavaca Calhoun, big winners over Corpus Christi Carroll 41-9. West Mesquite over Rockwall 43-17. And look at that. We just talked about Sherman and Little Elm. That's incredible. 50 all.
No lack of offense out there. It's the defenses that are going to get it talking to tomorrow. Some other big scores that I've got written down on my little sheet here. Marble Falls beats LaGrange tonight 56-36. Jeff, that's notable because that's obviously Todd Dodge's first win back in the high school ranks. Cuero downs Wharton tonight 20-19. Lake Travis hammers Converse Judson. Welcome to Class 5A, Lake Travis. No kidding. 47-13. Aledo polishes off Highland Park 31-12. And Gladewater upsets Dangerfield, I think, 31-14. Tigers fall.
Yeah, no doubt. That is definitely an upset. And Zach Austin with 4 touchdowns in that game for Lake Travis. Other games, Gonzales over Victoria East 27-6.
And then Permian, that's actually 30-27 against Montwood. That game's still in progress. Montwood hanging on, trying to get a win there.
Prestonwood over Henderson 56-21 in the 4th. And Dulles defeating A-Leaf Hastings 22-zip.
I believe Prestonwood went ahead and polished off Henderson. That one should be final now. While we're out in East Texas, one quick one. White House downs Hallsville 35-18. A good win for White House tonight.
So some of those scores just now rolling in here at Fox Football Friday. Let's go to some highlights. How about Katy and Klein? Big game going on down at Reliant Stadium. Of course, Gary Josephs and his squad, just incredible what they can do out there at Katy. Let's look at some of the plays here.
Well, Katy starts off here, and you see the deep bomb down the side. And we talk so much about the ground game for Katy, but their passing game was surprisingly good tonight as too. That's Folks, I believe, is that wide receiver. You can see Klein here rolling out, looking for some points. Katy gets a tackle there, but it's still right up to the goal line. Klein eventually would find the scoreboard here on this play, a nice little cut to the outside. That's the Klein we've been used to seeing, some power, smash mouth running, but Katy just never gave him opportunity to do it. Adam Taylor, the running back, was very good tonight. This is him in the backfield here. He's going to get the nice little toss off tackle. Does a great job following his blockers. That's part of what made him such a successful player. I think this one was actually 48-7, but it doesn't matter. Katy ate one big anyway.
How about Cinco Ranch battling Cy Ranch in a battle of the ranch? Of course, this game, actually, there's Cinco Ranch right there. This game being played over at the new Dynamo field down there in the Houston area. Of course, the Major League Soccer team.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's an incredible
really
play right there.
Play right there.
The run right down the corner. You know, it was a kind of a defensive game for the most part. Cinco Ranch was leading this one at halftime 13-0.
Yeah, Cy Ranch would actually go on to, or I'm sorry, Cinco Ranch would go on to win this game. I don't have the final in front of me, but I know Cinco did win. Cy Ranch had a hard time tonight. I believe Keith Ford, their star running back, was actually ejected. The coaching staff battled against it, but I believe that ejection was upheld. And Cy Ranch was just outgunned. Cinco Ranch, Jeff, as you know, a really good team. Dave Campbell's Texas Football had them in their Texas Football Classic a couple years ago. A lot of talent, really at the skill spots. They're very tough to beat.
So a big win for Don Clayton. All right, Gary Joseph joining us now from Katy. Give us your thoughts, Coach, about your win over Klein. Very impressive.
Well, thank you. Our kids came out and played extremely well in the first half and got up on them. And really, they made some plays, and we had the kids that, we felt like we were going to be playmakers, and they did an outstanding job.
Now, Coach, I know last year didn't end the way your kids wanted. Do you think they approached the offseason, they approached this season with a greater sense of motivation? Were they just kids on a mission after coming so close last year and being frustrated at the end?
Yeah, I mean, but that's just the first step. We understand that last year's in the past. This is the 2012 team. What we're trying to figure out is what their legacy is going to be. We've got a long ways to go. This is just the first game. But I was very pleased to see our kids come out and play with the intent they did in the first half.
Well, Coach, we know y'all were sharp. Cinco Ranch also won tonight. How good is that team? How good can they be over there in Region 3?
They got a chance to be very, very good. I think that they have an outstanding quarterback and a really good football team. So I know it's going to be tough. Like I said, this is a process. It goes from week 1 to 10. And this was the first step for us. We still got 2 non-district games against 2 quality opponents before we even start district. And our objective is to continue getting better.
Hey, Gary, what was the final score out there? Just want to double check. For your game.
48-7.
48-7. There's your final. Thank you, Gary Joseph. We do appreciate it. Katy, big winners tonight, 48-7. Appreciate you being with us. All right, we'll be back with much more here on Fox Football Friday Overtime. And stick around, folks. Highlights to get to and a lot of scores, some more big upsets just coming in. $48-7. That's a whooping.
Okay, Jeff, we need to go ahead and hit one of these sponsor elements right off the top. Let's do Wendy's, okay?
Sorry, I shouldn't have looked at you. I was wondering where that camera's coming from. There it is.
By the way, Sherman just beat Little Elm in overtime, 57-56. Okay. I'd prefer it. Oh, Timmy Buchanan. Oh, crap.
I got it. 31-12, Alito over Highland Park.
Oh, look at Jeffy P. Stepping up to the plate.
I'm stepping in. I'm stepping out. I got some pretty good stats on. Yeah, 31-12.
I'm going to go home and have me a big old pizza.
I know. I need to eat, too.
I'm going to watch the scoreboard show with Sonic the Hedgehog, Rico Renner, and Craig Way.
Oh, good.
Matt Bishop's gone too. You taking first question?
Sure.
Football Friday Overtime is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. It's the Overtime segment. Jeff Howard, Travis Stewart joining you, and joining us, Tim Buchanan, the head coach of Alito. They had a big win tonight, final score of 31-12, I should say, over Highland Park. Coach, first of all, give me your thoughts. Matt Bishop, Jonathan Gray, no longer with your team, but, hey, you just reload, don't you?
I don't remember those guys. The one you got right now is a pretty good football player.
Tell us about the game in general. How did it go? It looks like you guys just kind of jumped on Highland Park early and played quite well in the 31-12 victory.
Oh, we really did. The defense played outstanding all night. We had a couple little fiddle errors that gave up 2 long passes. Touchdowns. Highland Park did a great job of managing. But other than that, our defense played out.
All right, Coach, one more question. We'll let you go. Who do you think is your next offensive guy to really take a step forward and be a leader on that side of the ball? Is there anyone that maybe the rest of the Metroplex should be thinking about when they think about point production in Alito?
Well, I mean, we're doing a better job of spreading that around. Willie Gibson had a catch tonight. Spot receiver, Taco Anderson, 2 touchdown passes. The Price kid and Jess Anders both ran the ball really well. Guy who was Davis, quarterback. He's a great football player, really, really smart, good athlete. He's the guy that makes our offense.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you joining us tonight. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
You betcha. All right, Jeff, let's take a little look at Wendy's for those keys to the game we talked about earlier in the evening, both in the live show and then halfway through the Blitz. Let's go ahead and recap that. We talked about Ian Sadler, the great wide receiver for our Argyle, that is. Never really had the big night. You know, Abilene Wiley did a good job of keeping him in check, and I think it showed in the point production for Argyle. The mustache nose, Hugh Sandifer with that Tom Selleck mustache. He had a great night tonight, a good coaching job, a great tactical approach to football, and his kids were ready to go. Argyle's quarterback play, I think Todd Rogers even kind of said it himself. They were a victim of being young, and the quarterback spot was part of that. It's just going to take them some time to grow into the roles that they need to fill. And then surviving the unknown. That was Abilene Wiley tonight. And both teams had some spots that they were unsure about, some young kids that you never know how they're going to react under the Friday night lights. But Abilene's young kids stepped up and played really well, which is no surprise under Hugh Sandifer. Now I can't wait to see what the rest of the season looks like for them. Heck, they could be, well, he's going to kill me for saying this, they could be 8-2, 9-1, 10-0 with the way they look tonight. They were spectacular.
Abilene Wiley looked great. Austin Arney, of course, now with the New York Yankees organization. He was the quarterback.
Some kids have it all, man.
Yes, and doing quite well. He stopped by the other day, in fact, and talked to his coach. Let's take a look at some more highlights. We just got in from, I believe, Lake Travis. Huge game against Converse Judson down in the greater San Antonio area. And look at that. Lake Travis wearing those white helmets. They brought those out last year. It was an opportunity to also show the 5 stars there for the 5 state championships. The block punt right here, that's one way to get things started. Go ahead and get you a block punt.
Oh, wow.
And then look at this. Lake Travis in the first place scores the pass from Baker Mayfield to Zach Austin. Look at the catch right here. Zach Austin, 4 touchdowns, 231 yards receiving.
Wow.
Baker Mayfield had 413 yards passing. Lake Travis rolling in this one. Look at this play right here. Nice catch. And there's Mayfield again setting it up. And then Sean Nixon makes it 17-0 with a touchdown right up the gut. Nixon wearing number 3 there. And then the TD pass from Mayfield to Austin one more time. Lake Travis scoring here just before halftime. They were up 31-7, and they go on to win it 47-13. Again, Baker Mayfield, 413 yards. They don't even skip a beat. They go up from 4A to 5A, and it's just like, yeah, bring on all comers.
That is impressive. That is a really good football team, and I'm glad Baker Mayfield played so well because in the offseason, the LT players said, hey, we don't want to get to the point where we expect success. Baker Mayfield said he needed to be at the forefront of that to be a leader. He was tonight.
Hey, Jay Blotkin said he wanted to, the drive to 5 books.
That's
he may have to come out with a 6th one before too.
An addendum, yeah, that's right.
There you go. All right, Fox Football Friday continues from right here in Argyle. Wiley, the big winner here, 31-14. We'll talk about that and much more when Fox Football Friday continues.
I don't have anything for Sherilyn Hanna, but let's do the Ford Player of the Night as this segment's sponsor element. And let's go with Lake Travis wide receiver Zach Austin. We just showed him catching a touchdown. He had a bunch of them tonight, so I'm going to go with him.
Oh, yeah.
Ford Player of the Week,
the
receiver.
Stats on him?
I got him. I wrote him down.
Okay.
And you were looking for a Mission Sherilyn score, were you? Zach Austin, Z-A-C-H.
Yep. 4 touchdowns, 231 yards receiving. Yeah, Lake Travis. 231 yards receiving, 4 touchdowns, 231 yards. Zach Austin, wide receiver.
I don't have anything for Sherilyn. Sorry, buddy. I don't have one.
Sherilyn.
Okay. Do you want some more finals real quick? No.
Yeah, I do. I have it. Let's see here. Hang on a second. Forsan won 30-27. Forsan 30 and Kahoma 27. That was the first game played this year. I mean, if you don't want to go out of state. Oh. You don't want to go Euless Trinity or somebody. Or the game in Ireland, maybe? I don't know.
Yep, no kidding. 15 more minutes. 2 more segments, big guy. Finish strong. Up top.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday Overtime. Powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman with you. And a lot of crazy action tonight. Lake Travis looks true to form again. Katy looks really good again. And some of these big upsets, I think, in this area, you look at Allen, what they did against South Lake Carroll. Shut them out.
24-0, which definitely caught me off guard. And then we also mentioned Sherman and Little Elm were going to overtime tied at 50. That one is done, 57-56. Sherman stuffs Little Elm's 2-point conversion attempt going for the win, and Little Elm is your winner. We've also got another wild one, and that is Langham Creek and Klein Oak going to overtime tied at 56. So defenses need not apply. Speaking of great offensive production, Jeff, let's take a look at just my personal opinion, my little nomination for the Ford Built Tough Player of the Week. I think everyone should take a good look at Lake Travis wide receiver Zach Austin. He's going to catch a touchdown right here, and it was one of many, Jeff. 231 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns. That is a monster evening. I'll give an honorable mention out to A-Leaf Taylor running back Trevorris Johnson, who had 3 rushing touchdowns and 263 yards tonight in a big win over Bel Air. 2 very good performances.
Hey, and be sure to join us each and every Saturday morning at 8:30 right here on Fox Sports Southwest as we highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. And you can also watch our show online at playeroftheweek.com, powered by your Texas Ford dealers.
Absolutely. There were a lot of good games tonight. And you actually have an update on a game last night, but it's still important, Jeff, because I think it was something special.
Hey, there's always good about the first, right? More than 6,500 high school football games being played, of course, across the state of Texas this year. And the last in the 5A Division I title game on December 23rd. The first was Kahoma versus Forsan in Midland on Thursday. That's Kahoma, the very first touchdown scored in the season. Tanner Rees running 23 yards. Forsan, the second touchdown scored. The second was by Forsan's Trevor Williams as he catches a 23-yard TD pass from Marcus Cervantes. So much early scoring, the scoreboard in Midland blew out and was out the last 3.5 quarters. Fast forward to the fourth, Rees throws his second touchdown pass of the fourth. This one, 13 yards to TJ White. Kahoma leading 27-24 with 4:34 to play. And finally, Forsan converts 2 fourth downs, and Brendan Roman scores from 9 yards out with 119 left, or with a minute 19 left in his third TD of the day. Forsan beats their rival 30-27, only their third win over their cross-county rival since 1986.
I'll see your first game of the season and raise you an unbelievable number. Kilgore Marshall tonight, there were 7 ejections by halfway through the third quarter. That one obviously got a little spicy.
Sherryland, how about that? Sherryland highlights, and a great-looking football team. We talked about them down in South Texas.
Exactly. Very talented in the Valley. Took on Brownsville Hannah tonight. And Sherryland, as we said, obviously switching up coaches, but still the talent, that's still there. They're not going anywhere. A long touchdown run for the left side on Sherryland. Here's Hannah here in the brown and golds, which, by the way, are lovely.
I love it.
Deep bomb on the right side, and that is a ridiculous touchdown catch. That's a fantastic snag against a very good Sherryland defense. Sherryland comes right back, though, up the gut. Another touchdown. Looking for pay dirt there. Sherryland would go on to win this one eventually, Jeff. Your final score, 41-7. So Hannah only scores one time, but at least it was in spectacular fashion.
Hey, they look like the San Diego Padres of football.
They do kind of look like that, don't they? Mission Sherryland, though, makes a big statement tonight.
Yep.
Very talented. A couple other finals worth looking at. Abilene 13 over Hebron 10. Steve
close.
Warren's crew starts off the season right. Temple 41 over Round Rock 24, which is good news.
We'll be
Our
there.
home team next week, Temple, starts off 1-0. That's what we wanted to see. Zach Allen, their quarterback, had a very good night tonight as well.
And they're hosting Cedar Park or Westlake next week. Westlake beats Cedar Park.
That's where we're going to be. That's very true. 2 1-0 teams. Very good. Colleyville Heritage down Duncanville tonight by the incredibly odd score of 20-2. I don't know the last time I saw that one. That'll do it for me for big scores. I'll try and come back with a few more in our last segment.
All right, Fox Football Friday continues. Overtime rolls on. We got you for at least another few minutes right here in Argyle, and then don't forget 2 more hours of coverage from Fox Sports Southwest. Keep it here. You know, I think we actually have viewers in Houston now, too, right? Fox Sports Houston finally
Are the
joining
Astros
us.
done?
Well, they should be. I wouldn't put it past them.
I think Tatum, but I don't have a final for you. Sorry. You can try, but I doubt you'll get him. What happened to Steel's coach, Mike Jinks? Could we not get him? That's all right. We'll move on. Do you remember that Cinco Ranch dash by the quarterback? He got tackled and kind of spun out of it and ran up. It wasn't a touchdown. It was not a touchdown, just a cool run.
Let me see if I got the guy's name. Robert.
Tatum did win. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tatum won 41-21.
Hey, do you know, was it the 39-yard run?
It was the Cinco Ranch quarterback breaking up the middle. He kind of gets tackled in the backfield, spins out of it. No, I don't.
I have a guy named Cinco Ranch Jamel James, 39-yard TD run, but that made it 7-0. I don't know if we're talking about the first play or what.
In what now?
Cinco Ranch.
No, because it wasn't a touchdown.
Oh. There was a screen. Oh, I made it 14-0. Cole Thomas.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, play it. Let's see if this is it. I think this is it.
Let me see if I can find the...
God bless you, Scotty.
So it would have been one of the last ones that Robert sent us, you think?
God only knows.
Yeah. All right, here's another one. Let me see what this is.
All right, here we go. Let's take a look-see.
How about, okay. Cole Thomas, the quarterback, gains 44 yards.
Could be it. I mean,
I
I know
says Thomas hits Joey Wade 29 yards.
No, because it was a run.
Cinco Adam Johnson.
Football Friday Overtime is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. Head to your Texas Ford dealer for the summer sales event and enjoy some of the greatest deals of the season. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine, as we bring you the lights from Argyle here. Argyle falls to Wiley. Big game, 34-14, the final. The Bulldogs win it. Travis, what you got?
A whole bunch of stuff, as you would expect at the end of the night. I know Mesquite finished off Lake Highlands tonight 27-9. It's a great way to start the season for Mesquite. Jacksonville beat Carthage 34-30, which is a surprise. Carthage was one of the best teams in 3A. I think they could have handled a 4A team, but not tonight. Tatum beats ARP 41-21. We'll try and get Tatum coach Andy Evans on the phone. Don't know if we'll end up having that one tonight since it was a late finish. And Arlington Bowie beat Mansfield 59-43. A lot of high-scoring games. We had Sherman beat Little Elm 57-56. We had Klein Oak and Langham Creek go to overtime at 56. Haven't seen the final there. And then Bowie, as we said, 59-43. It looks like all defenses, they stayed at home over the offseason. Inside playing video games, weren't out hitting anybody, I guess.
Hey, Cinco Ranch, they had themselves a pretty good game against Cy Ranch, the game being played down at the Dynamo's new stadium down there in the Houston area.
That's right. And actually, one of the plays from that game is actually where I think I'm going to go for my Academy play of the night. The Cinco Ranch quarterback looked dead to rights in the backfield, wrapped up about 2 or 3 times, and somehow managed to get out of it, it looked like.
Yeah, Cole Thomas, he's the quarterback. He had himself a great football game. Wearing number 10 there, but check it out.
Oof.
Come on, Cole.
Like
Come on, Cole. Keep it coming.
Still got away from that.
Come on, Cole.
Didn't end up being a touchdown, but you know what? It almost looked like a busted play where it was supposed to be a handoff, and it just never got on track. But he just never gave up, found a way to squeak out of that one, and that's what Texas high school football is all about, right?
Hey, I'm sure Don Clayton's pretty happy, don't you think?
Don Clayton's never happy. Don Clayton's only ever slightly happy. That's the happiest Don Clayton will ever be.
He is the Cinco Ranch head coach, of course.
It was a great opening week, Jeff. We saw a bunch of stuff that amazed us, those high scores we talked about, and a few that shocked us. Westlake beating Cedar Park 21-7, holding them to a low score was a surprise. But the biggest of the night, the biggest upset, had to have been Monterey Tech over Stephenville, 27-17. A team from Mexico coming up and beating the number 1 team in 3A in Stephenville, the team that we thought could have competed in 4A. Maybe the only other game that equals that in surprise factor would be Allen downing South Lake Carroll, 24-0 at the opening for Allen's brand new $60 million stadium.
Yeah, and Alito winning 31-12 over Highland Park. That was also big. By the way, Don Clayton, he just checked in and said he's smiling right now.
He's smiling right now? I tell you what, I don't believe it. Until his face is on the screen, I don't believe it. But it was a great night. I still think Argyle, who lost tonight to Avonlea Wiley, they've got a lot of promise in front of him. The teams I'm really looking forward to seeing over the next couple weeks, South Lake Carroll is going to be the big one. Coming out with 0 points in the opener wasn't in the cards for a team that won a state title last year. And then we're going to see what probably their biggest rival right now is going to look like tomorrow is Dallas Skyline when they host the Woodlands. Remember, Skyline lost to South Lake Carroll last last year in the state semifinals in that incredible over the onside kick right at the end of the game where Carroll ended up coming back against Skyline, 10 points in about 2 minutes. Skyline's going to play tomorrow. If they come out and look really impressive against the Woodlands, it's more or less going to set that storyline for the rest of the year that Carroll came out flat, Skyline came out hot. And I guarantee you the Carroll players, they don't want that. They want to come out, they want to defend a title. That's not the way they wanted to start the year.
Yeah, and of course, Skyline, that game being played tomorrow against the Woodlands, that game's right up here in the Metroplex. We might stick around.
Well, we should see that. I mean, that was a big game in the playoffs last year when the Woodlands narrowly lost out to Dallas Skyline in the playoffs. I think it was 35-31 was the final. Skyline's going to come back now, bring up the Woodlands. I tell you what, the sneaky storyline, as good as Skyline is, Woodlands is really good too. They got a really good defense. They're loaded in the front seven. I still think they could go up there and beat Skyline, believe it or not.
Hey, how about we got some highlights in Wichita Falls Hershey, I believe, taking on Bowie. And check it out, the Hershey Huskies. This got to be the Hershey Husky Mobile.
I want that thing. I don't even
years
know.
Of Huskies. I like it.
I don't even know what the final was this one. I knew Bowie was leading at some point, but ball pops out there, and probably the most fortuitous bounce you will ever see in your life for Bowie. Pops right back into another guy's hands. Hershey still finds a way to wrap it up. More Bowie highlights here. The run off left guard, breaks open, has got nothing but green in front of him. A beautiful running touchdown there for Bowie, putting Hershey behind the 8 ball.
Let's close that iris on that one right there. Yeah, Hershey looking pretty good in this one, and here they are right here with the touchdown. Nice, big, tall kid right there, but it is Bowie who wins it 21-12.
Exactly, another North Texas game. We got a few minutes left in the show, folks, but we want to go ahead and remind you as we finish out tonight and head through the rest of the season, dude, make sure you check in on social media. It's really important in these last couple segments, this last 30, 45 minutes, that you're giving to us scores, highlights, pictures, so we can put them on the screen. You can reach me at @DCTF. You can reach Angela Heyman, our silent reporter, at @AngeHame. Use the hashtag Football Friday. We can track all the information you send us that way, and we want to make sure you get on this show so we can make this a big community event.
And we've got a big game next week. It's going to be in Temple. They're 1-0, had a big win tonight. And Westlake, very impressive victory over Cedar Park. So a couple of 1-0 teams. I like it.
Well, I'll be interested to see how that one shapes up. Obviously, Temple's got a great offense. They've got a very good quarterback in Zach Allen. But Westlake, led by head coach Darren Allman, it's going to be one of the best and most complete defensive teams in the state, especially against the run. Really interested to see what Westlake comes and brings to the table against that great Temple home crowd next week.
Yeah, and I think, of course, the Timcats, I'm looking forward to the blue and white going back and forth. I said Timcats. I mean, that's what they call the women's basketball team over there. But they're blue going one way and white going the other.
You call them that, not me. Not me. I didn't call them
that. That is next week. And, of course, we'll be live there all night, 7 to 11 o'clock straight up. We've got you covered with live, blitz, overtime. And, hey, tonight, don't go anywhere, folks. We got more from the DFW area, plus all over the state of Texas. We've got you covered at midnight with the Scoreboard Show. For Travis Stewart and Angela Heyman, I am Jeff Power. We're here at Argyle, where, of course, winners tonight, Wiley, 34-14. Big win for them out of Abilene. And we'll be seeing you next week when we're at Temple. Thanks for joining us, folks.